Bismillah, alhamdulillah, wa salatu wa salam ala rasulillah. Welcome to another episode of Haqiqatjou, where we discuss religion and politics, the two least controversial subjects. As always, I'm your host, Daniel Haqiqatjou, and today we are doing a reaction and analysis stream looking at the recent interview between Tucker Carlson and Nick Fuentes. And I've mentioned Nick Fuentes on this program before, commenting on some of his positions and statements. And this interview is driving the Zionists and a lot of the Jewish commentators on social media absolutely crazy. They are really having a meltdown because of this interview between Tucker and Fuentes. But why is that? Why is that? What is significant about Nicholas Fuentes? And why is this interview so important for Muslims? Even though these are two non-Muslims, they're mainly talking about politics. They're talking about Israel. They're talking about the future of America. Why is this relevant for Muslims? We're going to analyze all of this today, and we're going to provide some critical commentary as well. I have met in person Nick in the summer of 2024, and we had a meeting with a number of other influencers, and it was kind of a strategy session, you could say. It was a brief meeting, and he's a nice guy. He's a friendly guy, and I consider him to be very smart, very talented, and he has had this meteoric rise in popularity despite years of being banned off of everything. Being banned off of YouTube, obviously, Twitter he was banned off of, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok. He's banned off of credit card processors. He can't even sell his merchandise, his merch, with using credit cards. So this is just a complete ban of him from the internet. Why is that? Why was he banned? Why was he censored to such a degree? He will discuss it and explain at the beginning of his discussion with Tucker, so I'm not going to rehash all of that. But, you know, suffice to say, he's a critic of Israel. And more than just a critic of Israel, he is a critic of Jewish power. He's a critic of Jewish people in America. And other than that, he's a race realist. And that's really the core of his most controversial positions, is his race realism, because that's the position that will affect his views on immigration to America and his views on Jewish power and ultimately Israel. What is race realism? It's the idea that there are real differences, objective differences that can be empirically measured between the races. Between whites, blacks, Asians, Hispanics, Arabs, Persians, Indians, and Jews, among others. So these could be cognitive differences. These can be physical differences. These can be like predominance of certain personality traits, psychological differences across the races. So this is one of his core assumptions, and it's something that goes very contrary to liberalism. It goes very contrary to the core doctrines of liberalism as understood historically and today. And what really can make you understand the difference between a race realist position and a kind of liberal position is that, well, imagine America. America, is it defined by the fact that historically it has been predominantly white, a country that has been founded and built by whites, governed by whites? Or is it a country defined by democratic principles and overarching philosophical liberalism, democratic institutions, the freedom of speech, equal rights under the law, citizenship? Like, so what is it exactly that defines America? And there is a lot, this is what the debate is about, because someone like Nick Fuentes or the race realists will say that, no, once America becomes less white, it becomes less American. When America is flooded with immigrants and you have a browning of America, you have people coming in from South America, from Africa, from the Middle East, that is going to fundamentally change America and make America less affluent, less successful, less powerful. That's the race realist position. Whereas a liberal position, which has been the dominant position within American politics for at least 60 years post World War II, that no, what defines America are these principles. It's the Constitution. It's the value of freedom of speech, or the Second Amendment, the right to bear arms, or representational democracy. That's what defines America. So it doesn't matter if America is all white, if America is all brown or all Asian. It doesn't matter. As long as you have those principles, it's America. And that's also the basis of kind of a American foreign policy, especially in the past 20 years, that we want to export these constitutional principles, these liberal principles, and create democracies in Iraq or Afghanistan or wherever else in the world that we want to nation build. So this is a different vision of what America is, what constitutes, what makes America great. Are these liberal principles. So this is what this is at the core of the disagreement and the conflict that the establishment has had with Nick Fuentes and his actual position, and the position of those on the far right who are race realists. And this is what animates their positions on immigration and also on Jewish influence of the government, because they also view Jews as a race, and Jews themselves view themselves as a race. It's a matrilineal religion. You are Jewish on the basis of your mother being Jewish, so there's a genetic basis to being Jewish that constitutes a race or ethnicity. There's a biological basis to it. So that is a very quick summary of what Nick Fuentes is all about. And we're going to go through this interview and we are going to react to it and analyze it. And I'll explain throughout this interview why this is significant for Muslims. And I'm going to make comparisons between the kind of censorship that Nick Fuentes has faced in his 10-year career, because they started censoring him when he was just 18 years old, as we'll see, and also draw parallels between the kind of censorship that I've faced. Now, I haven't faced this same kind of, or the same nature of the censorship that he's faced, but I've also been blacklisted. I've been barred from the institutions of the Muslim community by masajid, by conferences, by these venues. I've also been blacklisted and censored, and there's been a campaign to shut me down. That bears a lot of parallels with what Nick Fuentes has experienced. So my censorship has been on the basis of other issues, but there are very similar dynamics. And the Muslim establishment, what I've been calling the Dawah Mafia for the past years, operates in a very similar way to some of these other institutions, whether they're conservative Republican or Jewish controlled institutions. They censor and they try to block alternative opinions in very similar ways. So I'm going to be drawing those kinds of parallels throughout this stream as well. And so I think that's good enough as an introduction. And let's just get started.
Nick Fuentes, thank you for doing this.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
I wanted to meet you I've heard about you.
I've heard about you.
So, well, thank you. I want to understand what you believe, and I want to give you a chance in a minute to just lay it out, not what you're pivoting against, which are a lot of the same thing. I agree with you on some of the things you're pivoting against for sure, but what do you affirmatively believe? So I just want to stand back and let you explain it. But first I want to understand how you got to where you are, how you became Nick Fuentes. So this is my understanding of your life arc, and tell me if I'm wrong. You show up at Boston University. You grew up in a suburb of Chicago, kind of working class, western suburb, and you show up at Boston University in the fall of 2016 at the height of the battle between Trump and Hillary. It's like this kind of pivot point in history. And you show up with a MAGA hat, and you have a Trump hat, and you have like basically off-the-shelf Republican views?
Yes.
And so describe the views that you had then, and then describe what happened.
Yeah, so when I was in high school, I was very political. I was reading a lot of the libertarian stuff, Austrian school, Chicago school, economic type literature, because that's what was popular at the time. If you went online in the early 2010s, that's all the conservative content there really was. That was the most extremely online type
Libertarian
stuff.
economics.
Well, yeah, basically kind of the remnant of the Ron Paul revolution.
Yes.
The Young Americans for Liberty, PragerU, which kind of skews a little more, I guess, conservative, but very basic small government, individualism, libertarian type stuff.
So you watch PragerU videos?
Oh, yeah. I was in the Prager Force.
What's that?
It's a Facebook group for college kids, and they promote the PragerU videos.
Wow.
To the college students and high school students.
So you really were a product of the moment.
That's, funny. If you don't know what PragerU is like a hardcore Zionist. Dennis Prager is a Jewish Zionist, and they're constantly pushing support for Israel, wars in the Middle East. So the fact that Nick Fuentes, an anti-Semite, the anti-Semite has been really brought up with PragerU, that's funny to Tucker Carlson.
Absolutely.
And how'd you feel about Trump?
Well, initially, I didn't like Trump. When the primary started in 2015, I considered him to be a statist.
Yeah.
Which sounds so ridiculous now.
No, a lot of people thought that.
Yeah. And I was a libertarian, so I saw him as a big government, 1990s liberal. When he was asked about healthcare, he said, well, we'll take care of everybody. And I said, I'm a Rand Paul guy, Ted Cruz guy. Those were kind of my people back in 2015.
You like Ted Cruz?
I was a cruise missile.
Does Cruz know this?
I don't think so, no. I was actually on his campaign.
You were on the Ted Cruz campaign?
I don't know if I was on the campaign, but I door knocked in a little village in Chicago, in McKinley Park, for Ted Cruz.
No way.
In the Illinois primary.
Did he write you a thank you note?
No, I didn't get a thank you. He lost, so I guess.
Yeah, he did. He did in a very humiliating way. Wow, that's amazing. So what happened?
So I, like everybody else in 2016, went through this ideological awakening. And first I shifted to Trump. And the first realization that I had is it started in 2016, actually, because the primaries, started in 15, around April or May, I think was the first announcements. And I had very negative feelings about Trump. And like I said, pro Rand Paul, pro Cruz. But when the actual Iowa caucus happened and the primaries began, I saw that Trump was dominating. And every night in the Super Tuesday, when they had all the big contests, one after the other, I remember the media was furious that he was winning one after the other. And I remember thinking to myself, like, structurally, if I'm a libertarian or a conservative and we want to change the country, we have to win elections. If you want to win elections, you have to bypass the media. I sort of had this realization that the media was really standing in the way. They were the problem. And I had this realization that all the conservatives and Republicans up to that point were afraid to take on the media. They, like Mitt Romney, would cower before them and were so apologetic and so weak. And so initially I said, I actually don't ideologically agree with Trump at all, but he will destroy the liberal media, or at least their monopoly on thought and opinion.
Yes.
And then a breakthrough can occur. So that was kind of the first hump. And I said, I could get behind Trump because he's a winner. He'll win for our side. And that was kind of the first big thing. And then as I listened to him more and more, his speeches and his rhetoric, I started to think about immigration.
Which you hadn't really considered before?
Never. And the reason
Before he starts talking about immigration, the way he's describing his initial support for Trump, where he views Trump as being like an X factor who's going to go against the establishment, and he's going to be a disruptor. He's going to cause problems. He's going to go against the media. He's going to go against the deep state. He's going to drain the swamp. This is actually the kind of reasoning that I had back in 2015 and 2016. I came out and I said very clearly, I even published a opinion piece on Muslim Matters, that having Trump as president is going to be better than having Hillary Clinton as president, because Trump is going to come in and really disrupt the system in a way that is going to be beneficial for Muslims. Because if the establishment is going to be disrupted, the deep state is going to be disrupted, then that makes them weaker. It makes them have less of an ability to project their power in the Middle East. It's going to have make them less able to clamp down on Muslims in the country itself. Whereas if Hillary Clinton comes into office and just continues the policies of Barack Obama, then things are just going to get progressively worse. The trajectory is not going to be, because within Obama's administration, things like the Patriot Act, things like mass surveillance that Edward Snowden had revealed that primarily was targeting Muslims, was primarily targeting Muslim leaders. The same kind of Middle East policy, continuing the occupation of Afghanistan, Iraq, Libya. Like, these problems would just continuously get worse and worse under Hillary. There would be no cessation of those kinds of policies. Trump can cause a break. Trump can cause a disruption in all of that. And that's why Muslims, I'm not saying go vote and go campaign for Donald Trump, but just as a matter of fact, just if we can predict or project, Trump is going to be better, maybe as a side effect of his other policies, as a side effect of his disruption, is going to be better for Muslim interests than Hillary Clinton. That was the argument that I'm making, and it's interesting that he had the same kind of sentiment, that viewing Trump as a disruptor. As we saw within Trump's first term, and certainly now in his second term, he's not interested, or he's not capable or competent enough to actually go against the deep state. He did cause a disruption. There was a disruption because, if you remember from his first term, he was constantly being attacked by the mainstream media. He was being attacked by establishment figures who would come on mainstream media and would be blasting him. They're constantly trying to judicially block executive orders that he would make, etc. So it did cause that momentary chaos, but ultimately he was assimilated within the same establishment, within the same swamp. And that's why ultimately Trump wasn't able to cause the kind of problems, the kinds of disruption that many people were hoping for.
And why is because I was from a 95% white suburb. So the diversity had not really reached my corner of Chicago yet. Me and my family, not so much my family, they grew up in the city, but growing up in the suburbs, I was insulated from that. So it was just not even, it's actually, you're going to love this. I don't know if I've ever even said this on an interview before. I was listening to Mark Levin's show. This goes to show how normie I was.
Actually?
I listen to him every day.
You listen to Mark Levin every day?
In high school, yes.
Wow.
I was a fan. I loved his.
Why this is surprising to Tucker is that Mark Levin is another one of these hardcore Zionist Jews. And Mark Levin is one of the people who is currently raging about the fact that this interview has happened. So again, more irony.
show. And I actually liked how he was kind of obnoxious and mean to his callers.
Yeah.
Vicious. And I liked that. I thought that was funny. But I'll never forget one show. He goes live and he says, America's becoming a majority non-white country. Does anybody think that's a good idea? And I was thinking to myself, yeah, that actually doesn't sound so good. I didn't really even think that America's becoming majority minority like that.
Wait, so you were radicalized on race by Mark Levin?
Yes.
Are you making that up? Or that's
a real story.
Amazing.
Mm-hmm. He planted the seed at least. And then I saw a graphic on 4chan or Twitter, and I'm sure you've seen something similar. It said, this is what the map looks like, the electoral map. If only men vote, if only women vote, if only whites vote, if only non-whites vote. And it became very obvious what the electoral problem is. It's demographics. These immigrants are coming here. They're going to turn Texas blue like they turned California blue.
Yeah, I saw it happen.
Yeah, and you look at even the opinion polls. These people don't believe in free speech. They don't believe in the Constitution, the Second Amendment. As a libertarian, the things that are, and as American, things that are important to you, they don't believe, they don't understand these things. And so I said, that's another political obstacle. You've got the media, you've got immigration. So I'm thinking like, well, we're going to vote for Ted Cruz. He's going to be the constitutionalist. We'll vote for Rand Paul. He'll be the libertarian. But what stands in the way of political power for us? It's the media and it's immigration. So I said, well, we got to get Trump to beat the media, build the wall, deport the illegals. And once we set the country straight, then we can actually have our constitutional republic back. That was kind of the idea.
So this is where the transition happens. He has that understanding of America as being based on these principles of liberty. He was a libertarian, so we need to have fewer regulations from the government. We need to have maximum individual liberty. This is what makes America great. And then he realized that, well, that political vision can never be realized unless if you have the majority of people in these states coming in who don't believe in those principles. They don't believe in those principles, and they're not going to vote for politicians like Rand Paul or Ron Paul who are going to uphold those kinds of libertarian principles. So this radicalized him. This made him a race realist. I mean, he doesn't explain that, well, these immigrants that are coming in, maybe they're going to assimilate over time. Like maybe they can become libertarians over time. Like why is that something that is not possible? And we know, like from just looking at the Muslim community, like Muslims become more liberal over time. Like Muslims become, who are coming from the Arab world, who are coming from Africa, who are coming from the subcontinent, Central Asia, they become liberal, especially after 2 or 3 generations. There is liberalization, but maybe is that not fast enough, or is that not deep enough? This is not something that he explains, because maybe you can be a race realist and think that there are differences between the races, but how deep or how much of a difference is there really between the races, and which races are just going to be more inclined towards libertarianism? If you have whites, for example, who are more inclined, how much of a greater inclination or how much of a greater tendency do whites have as opposed to Asians, as opposed to Arabs or Indians or Jews? How much of a difference is there? Even when you look at, adoption of really hardcore liberalism and even communism, which is a more extreme version of liberalism, Jews have very much adopted those kinds of principles. So this is not something that he explains in this interview.
That's the mindset that I had going into college.
Amazing. So then what happened?
So I go to college, and I'm just, at that point, a huge Trump supporter. And you got to understand, for me, for my generation, so I was 18. I turned 18 in August 2016. And to us,
That's
Trump,
amazing.
yeah, well, because we're like the first generation that was influenced by Trump coming of age in that moment.
No, I say it's amazing because when you're living in something, you don't appreciate its full significance. But to be 18 in August of 2016, so this really is, as you're forming your views and really yourself.
Yes.
In the middle of this. We'll admit that we are not the most disciplined snackers when the pantry calls.
Like he was unstoppable, unflappable. Nobody could score points on. No, so for us, he was like the savior of Western civilization. We looked at him as like and by we, I mean me and all the online kids, teenagers that supported him. We really believed the hype, like Teflon Don, like he could go into any scenario and win. Like he was unstoppable, unflappable. Nobody could score points on him. He just seemed like, you know, they said you can't stump the Trump. Like he could not be stumped. And so he just had this aura of inevitability, invincibility. And I loved that. And so I went to Boston University. I got on campus in September and I was wearing my MAGA hat everywhere, in the dining hall, walking down the street. And it's a city campus. So you're walking down Commonwealth Avenue and, you know, you're in the city of Boston, which is super liberal. And at that time, it's different than
Boston is super liberal, and it's also super diverse. You have people really coming from all over the world to study in these Boston schools. And Boston is just a complete college town. You have so many campuses. The student population in Boston is some ridiculous percentage. And you have a lot of international students as well that are coming to Boston. So it's just very, very liberal. So I can just imagine the amount of hatred he's going to get walking down the streets in 2016 with a MAGA hat.
Was now, people were getting fired for wearing MAGA hats. People were getting punched in the face. It was like being a Trump supporter was out there actually back then. It was controversial. It was controversial everywhere, not even, you know, just in liberal Boston. But so I was wearing my hat everywhere and I was just getting accosted constantly. In the dining hall, people would come up and yell in my face. Some black girl in a hijab ran up to me and said, "You know what you're supporting? You're racist." This, and I'm trying to get my pizza, you know, I'm trying to get my oatmeal or whatever at the dining hall. This was happening constantly.
That's funny. That's happened to me before. Like in 2017, I gave a talk in, I think it was Harvard Medical School. They invited me to speak at a few different universities through their MSAs. So I spoke at MIT, I spoke at Harvard, I spoke at Tufts, and after the Harvard Medical School talk that I gave, it was actually on feminism. It was on feminism. I was accosted by a couple of black women. I think at least one of them was Muslim in hijab. And they just were not happy. They were not happy about what I had to say about feminism. So that's the thing about, I guess, Boston. You will get attacked if you have any kind of conservative views that you express publicly.
And so I was going then on Twitter, and I had a small Twitter account with my real name and face, and I had, you know, maybe 200 followers. And I'm posting about my experiences. And I caught the attention of a lot of people on campus for wearing the hat, for posting on Twitter. And they found my Twitter.
You've only been there like a month?
Less weeks, maybe 3 weeks. This is starting to kick up. And I catch the attention of my peers and they start going at me on Twitter and giving me death threats. "We're going to kill you. How dare you? If I see you, I'm going to beat your ass," that kind of thing. And this is my first experience with this. You know, now we're all kind of desensitized to it, but that was my first run-in with you know, this intensity from the left. So I file a police report. I get real nervous. And, you know, when you're a student, you can't really avoid other people. You're in a dorm room. Exactly. You're in the, you know, so you're vulnerable.
I think this is really illustrative of his personality. And some people just have this kind of type A personality. Maybe it's like kind of a trolling personality as well. You're just on campus and you're wearing a MAGA hat and you're getting accosted constantly. And you just don't back down. And that's a very valuable kind of personality trait to have. You're iconoclastic rather. People are, despite, you just don't care about what other people think. I mean, it's kind of psychopathy as well, or sociopathy. Like, you just don't care about what people think. But this is characteristic of a lot of the greatest activists, the politicians, or revolutionaries rather, some of the greatest thinkers. Like, they just are not interested in people's opinions. They just care about the principles. They care about their values. And that makes them very honest. It makes them sincere, because they're not there to placate others or to be bending their ideals for the sake of others. And they're going to pay a very high price. They're going to pay the toll for that. Because going against the status quo is obviously very painful, and you get threatened, you get attacked, and sometimes you get killed. So this is maybe the secret or the core to the popularity and the rise of popularity with Nick Fuentes, is that he strikes people as very authentic, real. He's not going to compromise. He's not going to diverge from his beliefs just on the basis of getting really overwhelming backlash.
And anyway, long story short, so one of these guys from the campus libertarian group, Young Americans for Liberty, he reaches out to me and says, hey, I'm not going to say his name, but he goes, I go to a school in Boston. I'm from YAL. He said, and I'd like to set up a debate with you and one of these people that's been giving you a hard time on campus, because they were doing a lot of events. He said, is that something you're interested in? I said, absolutely. And so he goes around and he asks some of the bigger people that are antagonizing me on Twitter, and everybody says no. And he goes, yeah, no one's going for it. I said, well, can you try again? Can you? And so he finds one guy, and it turns out to be the student body president of the whole university.
It'll be you.
Yeah, the senior, this liberal douchebag progressive. And he's the student body president of the student government there. And so we set up the debate. It was about a week before the actual election. So I think it was end of October, beginning of November. And they hold it in this auditorium in the center of the campus, and like 300 people show up. So it turns into like this huge, and they're all liberal. They all hate my guts. They're heckling me the whole time. They're yelling at me. We do this debate about Trump versus Hillary. And so I'm there, and I'm pro-Trump, and I say, I think Trump's going to win. And I'm straight up like ripping the Ben Shapiro talking points. I'm saying, it's got everything to do with culture and nothing to do with race, and diversity's a problem and all this. And I decisively win the debate. It's like not even close. The debate wraps up, and this girl who I think I had talked to her on Twitter once or twice.
All right, before we move on to the girl that walks up to him, I also had this similar experiences in college, specifically with liberal Muslims. I was constantly debating. It was never on stage. I was constantly debating these Muslim liberals. And what I learned over time is that they don't want to debate. Like, they don't want to have that confrontation, not because they aren't hostile to me or my views. It's because they prefer to shut it down, and they know that a lot of their positions, the liberal Muslim positions, can't hold up to scrutiny. So when a conservative Muslim who is going to argue on the basis of the Islamic tradition comes along and wants to have a debate and cite Quran and cite Hadith, they're not going to be able to hold their own. They're not going to be able to win that conversation, and they'll have to expose the fact that they're not really committed to an Islamic understanding of the issue or an Islamic way of life. So we would debate or argue. Well, and it was all very relevant things that are still being debated today. Like, to what extent are we going to host events that do not abide by Islamic gender segregation, keeping the men and women separate? What about standards of modesty? Like, what does Islam actually say about this? To what extent is the MSA going to join hands with LGBT groups on campus and co-host events, for example? Let's debate that. There are just all kinds of arguments of this nature And on one side you have me, and on the other side you have these liberal Muslims at Harvard. And, Harvard being a liberal school, obviously it's going to have an overrepresentation of liberal Muslims who want to reconcile being Muslim, like praying, fasting Ramadan, wearing hijab, but also accepting LGBT or engaging in kind of gender mixing that bleeds into like dating or different kinds of inappropriate relationships outside of marriage context between the girls and the boys in school. So all of these kinds of issues were really really at the fore in our MSA, our Muslim Student Association. So that's kind of my experience, and the preference eventually after 4 years of being in that environment, they just want to shut it down. Like they don't even want to debate after a while. They don't want to have the conversation. They just want to push their view and block you from having power in the MSA. So if you try to be president or vice president or have like some kind of chair in the committees, they will block that. They will try to block you. They will try to prevent you. And I remember one of the big disagreements that I was involved in is they wanted to restructure the MSA to make it committee based, and you have the president and the vice president and secretary, and then you have these committees, and they wanted an internal affairs committee and external affairs committee. The internal affairs committee is just about social events, social events for the Muslims on campus, getting together to eat or to do these kinds of parties, even like movie night, things like that. That's the internal committee. The external committee is going to do collaborations with different campus organizations, other student groups, put on Islam Awareness Week, things like that. External relations. And I was there arguing that, well, we need to have Islamic Knowledge Committee, a committee dedicated to Islamic knowledge, because the MSA, shouldn't the MSA be putting on like Quran study, learning how to read the Quran, tajweed, to improve the knowledge of the Muslims on campus, to organize halaqat, knowledge sessions, to better coordinate like Taraweeh prayers in Ramadan, or the khutbah. You have to have good khatibs coming to lead the Friday prayer. Shouldn't there be a committee dedicated to that? And so many, you wouldn't imagine how many people there who they are involved with the MSA. They're involved with the Muslim Student Association. It was called the Harvard Islamic Society. You think that they're concerned about what is Islamic or not. They were against it. They were opposed. Like, no, we don't need an Islamic Knowledge Committee. And I was saying, well, you just want the MSA to be about like partying. Like you want the MSA to be about like social gatherings, whether it's with other Muslims or with non-Muslims. Like, so there's no religious component to this group. Like that was the conservative position that I was bringing. And I was very invested in having an Islamic knowledge. Alhamdulillah, I was able to get that through a lot of efforts, because I said, like, I'm not going, like, look at the Muslims on campus. A lot of them are conservative, and they're not going to go to some of these social events because it's gender mixing out the wazoo. Like, they're not going to be involved in that. And same for the external affairs, when you have these banquets or you have these fundraising activities, and it's not like you're really trying to abide by any kind of Islamic religious principles in putting on these events. So the only value that so many Muslims will put in the MSA is through the religious activities, and you don't even want to have a dedicated committee to that. So much to their chagrin, much to their disapproval and objection, eventually there was a committee dedicated to Islamic knowledge. But that's the kind of environment that you're dealing with on on campus. And it is a battle for hearts and minds because a lot of people's sense of what it means to be a Muslim and their outlook on life, not to mention political ideology, is formed within college. And conservative Muslims need to have a way to influence the youth on these campuses because it's just dominated by liberalism. It's dominated by all kinds of wrong ideas, un-Islamic ideas, and there's not really a presence for conservative Muslims. I mean conservative in terms of traditional Islamic values, not like GOP conservatism. But that's for another stream. Anyway, that just came to mind when he was talking about his BU experience.
Comes running up to the stage after the debate, and it's Cassie Dillon. And at this time, she's a fellow at Daily Wire, Ben Shapiro's company. And like I said, I barely knew her. And she comes running up and she says, oh my gosh, I live streamed this debate on Periscope on Twitter. She said, and 30,000 people watched it. And you have like 5 job offers. You did incredible. I said, wow, I don't know what to say. That's great. She goes,
you're 18 years old.
Yes. So it's like happening very quickly for me, you know? And she goes, do you want to do a post-game interview after the debate? I said, sure. And so she asked me about how I thought the debate went and what my views are and things like that. And, very normal stuff. And then at the end, she says, I just got back from doing study abroad in Israel. She goes, and it was amazing. Would you ever take a trip to Israel? And I said, no, I think I got everything I need right here in America. And she goes, oh, okay. And she wraps up the interview. And that was a little bit of foreshadowing. And this begins a relationship, not a romantic relationship, but we become friends and we start talking. And she's plugged in, like I said, at Daily Wire. She's talking to people at Right Side Broadcasting Network, the college Republicans. I start to develop this friendship with her. And over time, she lands me this show on Right Side Broadcasting Network. And in this time, I'm really starting to lean into America first. I'm becoming more pro-Trump as time goes on. And what really stood out to me was Trump's inaugural address in January 17th. So this was just a couple months later. And in Trump's inaugural, he says famously, a new vision will govern our land. It's going to be only America first, America first. And I said, that's me. Like, that's what I believe. Yeah. I'm an American nationalist.
Me too.
Fully at this point. Not even a conservative. And there was one thing that happened just before that that really struck me as strange. And I've told this story before. I'm not going to spend too much time on it, but suffice to say, Barack Obama in the lame duck period, so the Democrats lost the election. He's on his way out. There's a resolution of the Security Council condemning the settlements in the West Bank in Israel. And typically, the U.S. delegation will veto those resolutions condemning Israel. Well, Obama's on his way out. He's got nothing to lose. So the U.S. delegation abstains from the resolution, and it passes. And Fox News and all the pro-Israel conservatives are calling him an anti-Semite. They're saying he hates Jews. He's an anti-Semite. He hates Israel. And I saw that, and it struck me as strange because it seemed hypocritical. It seemed like how when conservatives would critique anything about race, we got called racist, or anything about feminism, we got called sexist. All Obama did was uphold U.S. policy on the West Bank that we've had since 1967, which is we don't support the settlements. I said, how is it anti-Semitic to just be consistent on our U.S. foreign policy? Like I said, which is a Republican-Democrat consensus. And I got attacked for this. I wrote a big article about this. I tweeted about it. I tweeted to Ben Shapiro. I said, I've never seen anything on the Daily Wire that's actually critical of Israel. And he quote tweets me. And at this time, I have 1,000 followers on Twitter.
How old are you?
I'm 18. I'm a freshman.
Still a freshman in college, yeah.
Mm-hmm. And this is even before I started my show. And I don't know, I probably got 100 likes on this tweet. It wasn't a viral tweet. He quote tweets me and says, to accuse a Jew of dual loyalty is the surest sign of anti-Semitism. And this is how it sort of begins. And I see this tweet. And by the way, that was on Christmas Eve in 2016.
He immediately called you an anti-Semite.
Mm-hmm. So I'm driving to Christmas Eve Mass with my family. And I see on Twitter, the notification comes up, Ben Shapiro quote tweets me, calling me an anti-Semite. And I was like, what is this? Like, why is this guy attacking me? You know, because I don't have a platform at this time. I'm not an influential guy or anything. And so then I put out another tweet similar. I said something like, if you're China first, you should live in China. If you're Mexico first, you should live in Mexico. If you're Israel first, maybe you should go live in Israel. And again, he quote tweets me and says, you're an anti-Semite.
That same night?
This was, I think, a couple weeks later. Happened a little bit further down the line. And so...
Were you surprised?
So this is what radicalized him, quote unquote radicalized him. This is what quote unquote made him an anti-Semite. And this is a typical pattern when these groups, these Jewish groups and these Jewish individuals like Ben Shapiro or the Israeli lobby, they just overplay their hand. They overplay their hand and they don't allow any kind of dissent. And if you're an iconoclastic personality, you're a type A personality, that's going to rub you the wrong way. You're going to bristle at that. You're going to really, it's going to get under your skin. Like, I'm just being very reasonable here. Like, Obama is just upholding U.S. policy. The U.S. does not approve of West Bank settlement expansion. That is the U.S. policy, has been for decades. So he was just upholding that, and he's being called an anti-Semite. He's being called, like, anti-Semitism means that you have this kind of deep-seated hatred for Jews for being Jews. And that's what they're accusing Obama of. Obama, who has been a stalwart ally of Israel, as far as anyone can tell, in terms of American policy, he has continued to hold Israel is America's greatest ally, and yet he's, for this one decision that ultimately didn't mean anything, it didn't have any kind of tangible result, it's just something symbolic, he's being attacked in full force and being labeled an anti-Semite. So this shocks people. This shocks people, and it kind of destroys the facade of we're living in a kind of democracy where different groups will come with their interests and they'll try to influence politicians, they will lobby, and some people will have more influence or less, but just because someone opposes you or opposes your interests, you don't start attacking them as being racist or bigoted or anti-Semitic. It seems like that kind of attack only comes when there's a certain group whose interests aren't met. Only one particular group launches or levies those kinds of accusations when their interests are not politically realized. And principled people, or these people that are very type A, like Nick Fuentes, other elites, because this tends to be like a kind of trait of higher IQ individuals. They're going to bristle at that. They're going to be rubbed the wrong way, and you're creating an enemy. You're creating an enemy in the case of Nick Fuentes. Like, he's talented. He has refused to back down after all these years, after all this kind of censorship that has come his way, and he's going to be a problem for you. So imagine how many others there are in American society, in the elites of American society, or in the deep state, who are like Nick Fuentes, but they just don't have like a public show, and they're just kind of keeping it to themselves. They're keeping it to themselves, but they actually are very much opposed. Like, they realize that, okay, you've lost me. The Jewish lobby and these powerful Jewish billionaires, they've lost me. I was perfectly willing to play along to get along, but this is too far because you're just pushing. You don't allow any type of dissent, not even the slightest amount of dissent. You've lost me. So I think that in reality, I think there's a lot of people like Nick Fuentes, like white Americans, who are in the elite echelon of society. They might be in the deep state. They might be in these three-letter agencies. And I think that there's been an accumulation. Like their numbers are just increasing. The more and more that the Jewish power pushes and demands absolute fealty, absolute loyalty, no, not even the slightest move away from an Israeli first position with Israeli interests. Any kind of deviation from that is going to be met with getting slammed as an anti-Semite. And that's what Tucker Carlson is experiencing as well. He has experienced this kind of backlash against his positions, and he's become increasingly outspoken and increasingly aggressive against against Israeli interests in American politics. And what is the trajectory? That's why he's considered an anti-Semite. Tucker Carlson, initially, he was just expressing a kind of mild criticism of Israel, like Israel is being very aggressive. They're prolonging this war in Palestine, and this is costing America a lot of money. This is not in America's interests. Like, let's roll back. I love Israel. I love Israel. I love the Israeli people. I have no problem with the idea of Israel as a Jewish state, but can we just like pull back? And they slammed him. They attacked him. And so he went on to bring on Christian Palestinians onto his program, even a Christian nun, a Christian priest, and he's interviewing them about Israel, and they're slamming Christian Zionism until Tucker Carlson eventually believes that Christian Zionism is a heresy, is a heresy. And he's getting more and more. They're just the Jewish influencers keep piling on, keep attacking him. And now he's saying things like, well, AIPAC needs to register as a foreign lobby. They need to register with FARA. Other countries have to, when they have a lobby in the United States, they have to register that lobby. That's the law. But why is there an exception for Israel? Now this is what Tucker Carlson is pushing. Tucker Carlson is now pushing that if you are an American citizen, but you go and fight in a foreign army, like the IDF, you should lose your citizenship. You can, if you're a U.S. citizen, the only army that you can fight for, the only military that you can join is the U.S. military. So this dual loyalty is unacceptable. So he's been, for these kinds of, he just keeps pushing more and more. So how many people are there like this? Like Tucker, like Candace Owens is another one. So Nick Fuentes. So these are people who are in the establishment, who are at the elite levels. Tucker Carlson had decades-long role in the media with Fox News. His father was in the CIA. So how many people like that are there that are kind of sick of it? They're sick of being pushed around, being called an anti-Semite by very increasingly shrill voices who demand an exception for their race and religion. It's getting old. It's getting tiresome. And I think things are starting to reach a breaking point.
Surprised that he knew you were?
Yeah, I was. I was surprised at why he cared.
Yeah.
Because I'm thinking, how does he even know who I am or what I'm about? And it turned out that Cassie Dillon, she had texted him earlier and she wanted him to take me under his wing. She texted him after that debate and said, you know, you really like this guy. He's amazing. He did this great debate. She goes, but he's a little too pro-Trump. He's a little too Trumpy. And he goes, I'll take a look. And so I guess the two of them were kind of like grooming me in a sense. They wanted me to go maybe and be a Daily Wire, or maybe looking me as a potential conservative activist or influencer. And so they started paying attention to me, and the more critical of Israel I was, I started to get this really intense pushback from the both of them and from a lot of the people at Daily Wire.
Why do you think, so you're an 18-year-old college freshman, you're clearly talented and you're engaged, you're really interested, and you ask not crazy questions like, what is this? Mm-hmm. And rather than explain it, they just call you a racist, call you an anti-Semite. Like, that's the first response. That seems like the least effective. Well, it turned out to be not very effective in your case, but that seems like the least effective thing you could do. Why do you think they did that?
Well,
Again, another parallel in my situation is that I also was recruited. I was also recruited initially by Muslim Matters and Yasser Qadi, actually. Yasser Qadi recruited me. And they invited me to, it was upon his recommendation that I started writing for Muslim Matters. When I started writing online, this was around 2011. And by 2012, they recruited me to, instead of writing on my own blog, to write for Muslim Matters. And Yasser Qadi then, later in 2012, the end of 2012, had invited me to give a workshop, a 7-hour workshop at their Ilm Summit that was being held in Texas, to lecture on liberalism and secularism and feminism. And so why did Yasser Qadi have this kind of confidence to have me on and to platform me in this way? It's because we had met in 2007 when I had gone to Yale for a conference, and I presented a paper. The theme of the conference at Yale was Islam and Science. And I was a physics degree or concentrator. My major was physics and philosophy. And so I had a lot to say about Islam and science, kind of epistemological considerations. And I presented a paper, and basically I was critiquing the scientific epistemology. And I was on a panel with a couple of other Yale professors, Yale philosophers, including Andrew March. And they, it ended up becoming a debate. It wasn't supposed to be a debate. It was supposed to be like a panel discussion and presentation. Like, I present my paper, and then there's critiques of that from these professors, and then I have an opportunity to respond to them. And Yasser Qadi, who was doing his PhD at Yale at that time, was the moderator. He was the moderator. So we're there on stage, all of us, me, Yasser Qadi, and these two Yale professors, philosophy professors. And it becomes a debate. Yasser Qadi is just watching this, and then after it was over, he approached me and said, that was really interesting. That was really good. He was interested in kind of my ideas and my critiques, because at that time he was interested in really critiquing modernity and scientific evolution, like the evolutionary theory. Anyway, long story short, we came in touch, and he was also aware of me just through an email list. There was an email list dedicated to graduates in Middle Eastern studies and Islamic studies, and that email list is pretty large. At one point, it had at that time over 1,000 members, and you had people like Yasser Qadi on that list. You had Sohaib Webb, you had Ingrid Mattson, you had basically a who's who of these Muslim scholars and du'at and intellectuals, and then a lot of academics. And it was on that email list that I was very active. I was, as an undergraduate, technically the list didn't allow any undergraduates, but they made an exception for me. I was a Harvard undergrad, very interested in Islamic studies, very interested in questions of modernity, liberal Islam, etc. And I was just constantly, like, in a very kind of naive way, very green, like debating with these academics, these professors, and a little bit of trolling as well. So a lot of people hated me actually on that list. They viewed me as a complete jerk. Complete annoyance. Jonathan Brown was also on that list, for example. He was at Georgetown, or still is. But Yasser Qadi appreciated me battling it out and pushing back. He didn't contribute in a way where he was confronting these liberals, but he appreciated privately that he would send me emails saying, "Great, this was great. Thank you for saying this," etc. So that's how Yasser Qadi knew me, and then he wanted to bring me onto Muslim Matters. He had me speak at Ilm Summit. Eventually, I even co-wrote on Muslim Matters a paper with him on ISIS, and that's still available, I think, on their website. So this is kind of grooming. This is the kind of grooming we want to bring Daniel. He has these talents. We want to bring him onto the team, into the fold. And just like Nick Fuentes is describing, like there are certain red lines. For me, there were red lines that I eventually came to realize that, okay, you can't really go beyond this line. And when it came to the Dawa Mafia, for Nick, it was the Israeli question, the Israel question, Israel's influence on American politics. For me, it was the feminism question, the influence of women on the Muslim community and how feminism was really causing so much destruction on the level of, marriage, family, and the community overall. And I was saying, I was way before like red pill became something that was known as red pill. I was arguing against this. I was debating this. I was critiquing this. And I was critiquing the fact that, okay, you're supposed to be a traditional Muslim institution or a traditional Islamic scholar or figure, imam, but your views on women and gender are liberal views. These are liberal views that have nothing to do with Islam. Like you're trying to take a feminist position and Islamicize it, make it seem like it's Islamic when it's not. So this is a very deep deception. And I started critiquing this. And at that time, I wasn't directing my critique to specific individuals. I hadn't, the concept of compassionate imam, I didn't have that even in my head. But my naive understanding was that, well, I have studied feminism. Like I studied it in college, in graduate school. I know like these critiques. I've read these books. And someone like Yasser Qadi or these other figures like Faraz Rabbani, for example, or whoever, they don't know these critiques. They don't have this information. So I need to gently go and educate them on this and talk to them about this. And clearly they're interested, like they're bringing me on to their platforms, into their institutions. So clearly they're interested. And I thought that it's out of a genuine ignorance that they have from no fault of their own. And I'll do the service. I'll be happy to, clue them in on the dangers of this ideology and the damage that it's going to cause. Feminism and liberalism and secularism. That was my naivete. And then I realized that no, actually, it's not a lack of knowledge. They're just committed politically to these positions. And if you are going to not toe the line and pretend like what they're saying, that the feminism that they're spewing, the liberalism that they're spewing, if you don't pretend that that's perfectly in line with Quran and Sunnah and the Islamic tradition, you're going to be ostracized. You're going to be kicked out. And that's ultimately what happened. That's ultimately what happened. And, that's the story of them not only kicking me out, but then a extended campaign to prevent me from building any kind of foothold in the Muslim community. And it's a campaign, that continues to this day. And it's not even just them. It's not only the liberals, because now, the Madkhalis also, that's a separate group that are trying to do the same thing. The Wahhabis are another group that are doing the same thing. So, literally, like these groups behind the scenes, they don't say it publicly. I mean, we saw yesterday on the yesterday's show that Fareed was telling his followers, this Wahhabi Fareed, Madkhali Fareed, telling his followers, we need to do more to warn against Daniel. So they are driving boycott campaigns to boycott me, to prevent me from speaking, to try to ruin any kind of activity like that I try to create these events. They mass report my channel, trying to get me banned off of these platforms. So these are active campaigns to just shut me down. they won't debate me. Like, did you ever see a debate? The only exception was Sohaib Webb, where he called me out, and he was very unwilling to debate when I actually showed up. We basically had to, what's the word? Corner him at that masjid and get that footage because he was running. He was trying to escape. If you remember, you can watch that interaction. The whole thing only took 8 minutes. But that's the way that the compassionate imams are. That's the way that the Wahhabis are. They can't debate. They can only shut down. And you'll see this with Nick as well, that no one wanted to ever debate him. The only strategy, his biggest opponents, were to behind the scenes try to shut him down, try to get him banned and censored.
I think that you have to look at it not in retrospect, because hindsight is 20/20. And so looking back, you could say they made a terrible mistake because look at sort of what they provoked or what they catalyzed. But at that time, you got to consider, I'm 18 with no following, with no network. I'm coming from the suburbs of Chicago. My parents didn't go to college. I have no connections. And so for them, it was very easy that if they detected that a promising young guy was going to become anti-Israel in the conservative movement, they could crush that person easily and grind them under the heel. So they sort of were alerted, oh, there's a precocious young guy that isn't on board with Israel. We'll keep an eye on him. And if he gets too vocal or popular, we'll cut him down, we'll crush him. Because at this time, as you know, in 2017, it's a very different time. 2016, 17, any criticism or dissent on the subject was a death sentence. You became radioactive, unhireable, blacklisted, and that's exactly what happened. And basically from then on, it was just this escalating series of blacklisting, censorship, hit pieces, rumors to try to ostracize me from the movement. And
while you're a college student?
Yes, as a freshman, yeah.
Most coffee companies sell weak.
Yeah, so it's same experience with the Dawa Mafia. You know, same experience, especially starting after 2016, the end of 2016, because that's when I really started pushing back on Linda Sarsour. If you remember Linda Sarsour, the leader of the Women's March, going to Washington, D.C., holding hands with all these LGBT activist groups, like the worst of the worst, Jewish groups as well, you know, standing hand in hand with a bunch of rabbis and trans activists and feminists marching against Trump or marching for immigration, marching for LGBT rights. And I came out and I said, what are you doing, Linda Sarsour? Like, you claim to be a Muslim, but this is going so clear-cut against Islamic principles. This is unacceptable. You're supporting abortion, like you're demanding that women have reproductive rights in the sense of cutting out the baby whenever they want. Like, this is not an Islamic position. We're becoming more and more vocal against Linda Sarsour because she was being platformed and really promoted and praised by the masajid, by the Islamic conferences. She was sitting on these panels with the shuyukh, with Yasser Qadi, Omar Suleiman, Abdul Nasser Jangda, these figures who were platforming her as some kind, like the model for Muslim women. Like Muslim women look at Linda Sarsour, and Muslim men look at Linda Sarsour because she's a leader for you too. She's a leader for you too, misogynist. Yeah, you as a man, Muslim man, can have a woman as your leader. And this entire concept of what it means to be a Muslim woman was symbolized by Linda Sarsour, and she was being shoved down the community's throat. And I was ringing the alarm. I was like, this is a big problem. And then the reality hit me. That's when I was blacklisted. Linda Sarsour herself was telling Yaqeen Institute, and this is what I've talked about in the past. I was the first employee to be hired at Yaqeen Institute. Yes, Queen Simstitute. I was the first person as their director of research. They recruited me. Omar Suleiman personally recruited me to join Yaqeen Institute in 2016. And I've talked about different aspects of that story, but it was recruitment on the basis of recommendation from Yasser Qadi to Omar Suleiman. So Omar Suleiman direct messaged me on Twitter and said, we need to talk. And we talked and he gave me this offer. At that time, again, I was under this naive impression. That, well, they don't know. Like, they don't know the extent of the problem with feminism and liberalism. I can go and educate them. I can go help them understand so they can see the manifest reality of how this is so damaging to the Muslim community to start adopting these liberal positions and watering down Islam. And little did I know that their intention was to bring me into their fold and mold me in their image, influence me in their image to adopt their positions and basically be a talented member of their team. That's what they wanted to do. And I tried to get guarantees from them because, at that time, I was controversial. I said, look, I'll join Yaqeen. I'll leave my job because I was in the corporate world at that time. I'll leave and I'll come join Yaqeen. I'll move across the country to join your organization and this opportunity to put really high-level research, critiques of these systems through your organization. But you can't censor me outside of my activities with the organization. So if I want to be posting on my Facebook page or on Twitter and I'm critiquing whatever, you can't tell me not to do that. You have to give me that guarantee that I'll be able to say what I want, as long as it's Islamic, as long as it's in line with Islam. But and I asked them, don't you know that I have these views? I have this critique of feminism. I have these critiques of liberalism. My positions, right? And I was literally at Omar Suleiman's house. I was in his office and he gave a chuckle. He gave a chuckle when I asked him that. And he said, we've done our research. Like, we know you better than the FBI. Like, that's what he literally said. Like, we've looked into you. We've investigated you. So okay, well, if you're going to give me that guarantee, and literally at his house. And then within months, this was in the summer of 2016, and then the organization was launched. Yaqeen was launched in around September and October, and then there was the presidential election in November. Trump won the election. Trump beat Hillary to everyone's surprise. And immediately, even before then, Yaqeen was starting to pressure me and saying, well, Daniel, we don't really see why you should be posting this on your Facebook. What posts are you talking about? Like, posting against Heart Women and Girls. Like, Heart Women and Girls is this feminist, pro-LGBT group of Muslims, quote unquote, who are trying to infiltrate the Masajid to push liberalism and feminism and LGBT. Explicitly, like, that's their goal. And I was exposing, like, why is this organization being welcomed at our mosques? This is not Islam. This is anti-Islam. And we need to stop this. So I was putting out these kinds of posts, this content on Facebook, and then Omar Suleiman says that, Daniel, I don't know, is this really necessary? Like, is this really necessary? And he tried to mediate between me and the head of Heart at that time. Heart Women and Girls was Summer Kokeb, like this very liberal, degenerate woman in Chicago, Summer Kokeb. And I was at first surprised, like, well, how is Summer Kokeb know you? Like, why do you have her number, and why are, it seemed to be have a good relationship there where she can call you and complain about me. Because that's what she was doing. She was saying that, hey, Omar Suleiman, your employee at Yaqeen is criticizing us. What's that about? Do you approve of this? And I was thinking to myself, like, aren't you like a don't you believe in Orthodox Islam? Like, how can you approve? Like, why aren't you not immediately on my side? Why are you not immediately on the side of, you know, a conservative traditional Muslim? So that was like a red flag that went off in my mind. And we eventually had that call. We had that call with Samar Kokeb, and it turned out to be a debate moderated by Omar Suleiman on the phone there. And, you know, I was, you know, after I realized that, okay, what this is really about is that you're just trying to, you know, shut down my critique. You're trying to make me stop talking about them, stop raising the red flag about them. That's what this is really about, and I'm not going for it. I'm not gonna, you know, play along to get along. That's really what my entire few months. Like, I was only there for 3 months before they suspended me, and they said that, well, Daniel, if you're gonna continue to write on these issues and criticize Heart Women and Girls, Linda Sarsour, you're gonna continue to criticize like Khizr Khan, this Democratic shill for the Democratic Party, who was campaigning for Hillary Clinton on the basis that his son was in the Iraq War killing Muslims, and then the Muslim community is supposed to be so proud of Khizr Khan because he's a Pakistani Muslim and he's being platformed by the Democratic Party, and Hillary Clinton's campaign is taking him on a tour, and we should like get in line behind that. I was speaking out against that. I was very vociferously speaking out against that. Yaqeen had a problem with that. Omar Suleiman had a problem with that. And they said that, oh, you can't be writing about this. I said, what about the guarantee that you gave me? What about the guarantee? Because this stuff that I'm posting, this content is not on Yaqeen's platform. This is on my personal platform. And you gave me the guarantee that that I could continue to write without being censored or impeded by Yaqeen. And Omar Suleiman, I'll never forget what he said. He said, well, we thought you'd change. We thought you'd change. So imagine, like, their word is not even good, you know, worth the air that it's spoken into. It's not even worth the paper that it's written on. Like, so yeah, so that really revealed it all. That revealed it, that their whole plan is to groom me, to influence me, to play along like Daniel. And they were giving me very strong hints that, hey, Daniel, I don't see the wisdom of tweeting at Linda Sarsour. Omar Suleiman was at my house. Like, it was I'd invited him for dinner. Some of the other Yaqeen board members, I invited them. They were at my house. And I remember Omar Suleiman was on his phone and his face turned black. We were sitting there. He was on the couch and his face turned black. And then he, you know, said, Daniel, did you tweet at Linda? Literally, that's what he said. I was like, yeah, you know, I did. I was critical of the comments that she made about abortion. This was in, you know, 2016 at maybe it was November or December 2016. And then he said, well, why couldn't you just talk to her? It's like, I don't know her personally. Like, she's a public figure. She has like all these followers. Like, and my comments at that point were pretty mild. Like, I hadn't gone full blown, you know, Daniel Haqiqatjou. I hadn't, you know, reached my full form yet. It was pretty polite as far as it goes, relatively. I said, like, Linda, how can you support a pro-abortion position as a Muslim? Like, that was the tweet. Like, it was just one sentence. And then Omar Suleiman says, like, would you be willing to delete this? You know, I'll set up a meeting. You can talk to her. Maybe you can delete this and talk to her instead. Again, like, the red flag. I was thinking, like, how are you not taking my side on this? Like, this is abortion. How are you not taking my side on this? I thought we were all like Muslims here. I thought we were all not only Muslims, but you're an imam. Like, you present this image of yourself as a traditional imam, or you wear traditionalist Muslim clothing. You're citing Quran and Hadith, and you claim to care so much, but you're going to take Linda Sarsour's side on such an issue. So yeah, I eventually deleted that tweet. No conversation ended up happening, where could debate Linda Sarsour on the phone or whatever. Yeah, and then eventually they gave that kind of, they said, yeah, sorry, Daniel. We're getting too many complaints from the women. We're getting too many complaints from Linda Sarsour and these activists, people like Dalia Mugahed. We're getting too many complaints. So we can't. At first they said, just you can't post anymore on these topics. I said, well, what about your guarantees? And they said what they said. Then they ramped it up and they said, okay, even if you don't write about these topics, it's still not enough. It's still not enough. And you can continue to be at Yaqeen, but you can continue to work with us, but not in a public facing role. Said no thanks. Said no thanks to that. So yeah, this is and then after that, then they engaged in this extensive campaign to block me. And their board members, people like Ashraf Motiwala, who's still affiliated with them, I suppose, like actively goes and calls people to block them from hosting me. So they continue to do this. They continue to do this and have this kind of activity. You can't imagine how many events have been organized, like organized events at a venue. And then these people call and they spread rumors and they say, oh, did you know that Daniel is actually ISIS? Daniel is actually an ISIS operative. Or did you know that just complete lies to get the board members at the masjid or the venue to cancel the event. So yeah, this is the Dawah Mafia. And it's, if they do it to me, they'll do it to anyone who is going to question their positions, their views, their methods, their adoption of feminism and liberalism. So this is the kind of politics that are happening behind the scenes. And all you can see on the public side is Daniel is criticizing these innocent imams. What did Omar Suleiman ever do? What did Sohaib Webb ever do? What did Yasser Qadi ever do? Like, why is Daniel so aggressive? What you don't see is that they're behind the scenes doing all of this. They're behind the scenes working very hard and very aggressively using all kinds of dishonest tactics to get me banned and get me canceled. You don't see that. You're not aware of that.
Yes.
You went from a fan / acolyte to an opponent and then just pivoted against everything that he believes.
Yeah, it was because it was this new dialectic that Trump forced.
Yeah.
Trump planted the seed.
And the seed was America first.
Yes.
So once you accept that, a lot of the way we're doing things becomes impossible to support or justify.
Right. The contradiction becomes apparent. It gets moved to the center and it becomes unignorable if you're consistent.
So what kind of efforts did they make to make you go away?
So this is a couple of months down the line. First they would try to dissuade me from asking questions because I was friends with a lot of the Daily Wire writers, not just Cassie Dillon, but many of them were Jewish. And I would ask them point blank. I would say, so why do we give Israel all this money? $3.8 billion per year? What is that for? And they would say, well, there's a really good answer for that, but you're asking it in the wrong way. You're asking it in an anti-Semitic way. I'd say, I'm asking for the proof. What's the argument there? And so.
Yeah, so they're tone policing him. They're saying that, well, okay, you can ask the question, but this is the wrong tone. And that's exactly the kind of criticism that they were giving me. Whether it's even prior to me being at Yaqeen, prior to me being involved in that kind of way, I've been tone police. Like, okay, yeah, you can criticize feminism, but your tone is all wrong. Your tone, or yeah, you can really critique LGBT, Muslim acceptance of LGBT, but do you have to use that kind of tone? And back then, I wasn't nearly as harsh. I wasn't nearly as bombastic as I developed later. But still, like, they use this kind of tone tactic to silence you, to basically say that your criticism is illegitimate because it doesn't meet, the standards of prophetic mercy This is not prophetic the way that you're talking about these issues. And that's just a tactic to avoid getting into the substance of the issue. Like, how can you be an imam, a traditional imam, and you're bringing like this, brazen, loud woman that violates all standards of modesty to come and yell and shout and lead a march, lead a protest, for example. We can't talk about the substance of that issue and whether that's actually in accordance with Islam, because you're preemptively shutting down the conversation by saying, oh, this is not the right tone. This is not the right tone.
So first it was the sort of, hey man, could you kind of tone it down? Maybe just don't bring that up so much. But I was persistent because at this time I was genuinely inquisitive. I wanted to know, is there an actual reason? And I was actually expecting that there was a really good reason for all of it. And the more that I read, the more that I dug into the subject, the more I found out there's a lot of these neocon Jewish types behind the Iraq War. There's the foreign aid complex, which is really unique. There's AIPAC, which is this intense foreign lobby where it's bipartisan. It seems to be the only thing that the parties can agree on. And so it just made me burn more with curiosity. So I just kept asking them. And eventually they said, you know what? We're not going to talk to you anymore. And these are my friends. I met them, went to Christmas parties with them. And all of them one day said, you're done. We're blocking you. We're never going to speak to you again. We're never going to have you on our show. And I said, wow, like this seems like inhuman. I'm struck by how impersonal this is. Like here, I thought we're friends. We're all conservatives. Maybe we disagree on one issue. Now I'm being canceled by the right. So I was shocked by this.
When was it?
It's exactly my experience as well. Like, it's shocking. Like, how can you treat someone like this? Like, I'm your Muslim brother. And I was so naive. Like, a lot of what they promised me, like literally Omar Suleiman making promises, even beyond what I was telling you about. So other promises that he made. He was saying that, yeah, you can have a position at SMU, the university there in Dallas. Maybe you can teach, like, we're going to support you. We're going to do this and that, like all kinds of promises. That we're going to pursue this and that. And we're having dinner together, lunch together. We're talking, spending time together. And then you treat me like this. You treat me like you're just kicking me out, and you're telling me that I can't talk about certain issues because this is not prophetic or whatever excuse. So like this, it became plain that you just took advantage of me. And that's not a problem in so much as like that personally affects me or personally hurts me. It does, but it's a problem in the sense of, what does that represent? It represents like such a severe betrayal of Islamic values and a hypocrisy, because you are presenting yourself as an Islamic scholar, and you're supposed to, and your organization that you're founding, Yaqeen, like the whole purpose of Yaqeen Institute, or the whole purpose of this entire dawah organization, is to call to Islam. You want to call people to Islam, presumably orthodox, traditional Islam. You want to fight doubts, shubuhat, like people have doubts about Islam. When that stem from feminism, that stem from liberalism, that stem from scientism, materialism, modernism, and you presumably, like, or not even presumably, this is explicitly your goal to fight these doubts. But behind the scenes, or privately, or just operationally, you are not interested in actually challenging these systems. You don't want, for your political reasons, whether it's because you want to maintain a position at university, or you're in the good graces of the Democratic Party, literally in the Democratic Party, because they're inviting you to come pray at Congress, or they're inviting you to come speak at a political rally for Hillary Clinton or whatever Democratic operative, Democratic politician. For whatever political reason, you are not going to actually challenge these systems, despite presenting yourself to the community, to the Muslims of the world, actually, to the entire ummah, that's what you are doing. You're going to challenge these systems of kufr and these enemies of Islam, in order to champion an orthodox traditional Islam. And you're calling to that. That's your dawah. This is completely hypocritical. This is so that's the shocking thing. That's what really made me think that, well, this has to be fought. Like, this has to be something that needs to be rooted out. It needs to be exposed, first of all. It needs to be exposed that this is what they're doing.
This was February or March 2017.
So you're still a freshman in college?
Yes.
Are you even paying attention to college at this point?
No, not at all. And my grades started to suffer because I was just really focused on this.
So that's pretty young to get canceled and pretty young to have friendships destroyed over politics. Like, that's usually, like decades down the line.
Right.
What did you do?
Well, I just became more emboldened. And so I took this story on my show. At this time, I was on RSBN, and I had this show, which I named after the inaugural. It's called America First. And I would kind of subtly bring up the Israel topic and say, this is something you're not allowed to talk about. This seems like an apparent contradiction. It's a big problem. And they escalated their attacks. Cassie Dillon would call my boss, who she was friends with, at RSBN every day for weeks, saying, "You'll never believe what Nick said on his show tonight. It's so racist. It's so bad. You got to take him off the air. It's going to make you look bad." And I would then get word from my boss, Joe Seals. He was the founder at Right Side. And he would call me up and say, "I don't know what has gotten into Cassie. I thought you guys were friends, but she is calling me every day hysterically, demanding that I fire you." And I was like, wow, so it just keeps getting worse. It starts with this, they're very weird about the subject. Then they don't want to talk to me. Then they're trying to get me fired. And I'm thinking, okay, so clearly what I'm asking about, there's some truth there that they don't want.
I should have asked you this earlier. Did anyone during the course of, pre-cancelization say to you, here are the reasons? You're not asking the question correctly, but there are reasons that our foreign aid to Israel is so high. And here's what they are.
They did, but in a very general and vague way. As you know, it's never specific. They would say things like, well, they're our partner in the Middle East. They're a democracy in the Middle East. Just as very vague. It's rhetorical. And I read The Israel Lobby by Mearsheimer and Stephen Walt, and they break it down very succinctly that there's no real strategic benefit. Actually, there's strategic liability. Eastern Mediterranean is not a strategically important region. The intelligence that Israel provides is not useful. Actually, it's detrimental because they frequently lie. The technology we give them, they pass along to the Chinese, which was a big scandal. So I would give them all this and say, yeah, that's not adding up. And they would say, yeah, well, you really just can't talk about that.
Your friend said that to you?
Yes.
Wow.
So the reason that he's so threatening at this point is he's asking very logical questions, very reasonable questions, and he's expressing himself in a very cogent way, compelling way, because he has that gift of speaking and eloquence. And when he asks those questions, well, you might ask, so maybe he's just one voice. He's just one person. And yeah, he might be asking these questions. He might have a slightly critical view of Israel. But so what? He's just by himself over there. And then the vast majority of the conservative movement and these influencers, they are going to toe the line and they're not going to bring up these issues. And so he's just going to be drowned out. He's going to be drowned out by the sheer volume of pro-Israel influencers and commentary. Why is it necessary to snuff him out? Why is it necessary to silence him? And the reason is that when you have very reasonable questions and the kind of obvious question, if you allow that to continue to be there, even if it's a very small marginal voice, that's going to catch on like wildfire. That is going to catch on like wildfire, and it's going to expose the hypocrisy or the lack of principles of the rest of the 99%. People are going to wonder, well, Nick Fuentes, he's raising these questions about American support for Israeli wars, all of this foreign aid going to Israel and getting nothing in return, the influence of Jewish power on our on our democracy. He's asking these questions, and all of these other conservatives that I follow are not asking those questions. Why? Why are they not why are they not even broaching the subject? This seems like an obvious deceit. This seems like you're hiding something. So that's the realization that needs to be avoided. And that's why it becomes necessary to silence a Nick Fuentes. And this is exactly the problem that the Dawah Mafia had with me. It's not enough that we don't let Daniel come and speak at our venues and on our platform. It's not enough. We also have to discredit him. We also have to try to shut him down completely. Because when Daniel comes and asks these questions about feminism, about LGBT, about liberalism, when he's asking these kinds of questions, then that exposes us. People start asking, well, Daniel, who is not even a scholar, by the way, he's asking these questions, and it makes sense. It makes sense that Muslims should be opposed to this LGBT agenda, to this rise of feminism, to the influence of feminism on gender roles within our families. It seems obvious that these things should be questioned and challenged by a Muslim, by an Orthodox Muslim. But my favorite compassionate Imam, the Mufti Menks, the Omar Suleimans, the Nauman Ali Khans, the Hamza Yusufs of the world, the Faraz Rabbanis of the world, they're not actually talking about this. And certainly they're not talking about it in this same kind of way, in this same kind of confrontational way. Why? That's very dangerous if people start asking that, because it really destroys the authority and the legitimacy of these figures. So this is why Daniel has to be not only barred from our institutions, we have to silence him. We have to discredit him entirely.
Okay, so what happened to your job? The Right Side Broadcasting gig?
Eventually I got fired. I got kicked out.
Why?
Because one of these clips that Cassie Dillon had a problem with, she ran it up the flagpole. She took it to Media Matters, actually, which is a left-wing outfit. They're like a cancel mill. And
wait, the Daily Wire person took it to Media Matters?
Yes.
Are you sure?
I'm 99% sure.
Huh. What was the clip?
It was a clip, ironically, where I was talking about the travel ban, the so-called Muslim ban, and I was defending it. And I said that the First Amendment does not protect foreign nationals. It doesn't protect Salafists, Wahhabis. Right. He's like, I said, they're saying that there's a constitutional right for radical Muslims to come here. And I said that, how are they protected by the First Amendment? They're foreign nationals. And the authorial intent of the First Amendment was actually not even to protect that to begin with. It's kind of anti-Christendom radical ideology. So it's something, ironically, that probably Shapiro and Cassie would agree with, but they recognize the currency that a clip like that would have with the left, because the left could say, you're Islamophobic, you're racist.
So she brought that to the left, saying, look at this guy. It's not that he's anti-Israel, but he's anti-Muslim.
Yes.
Well, that's very interesting.
Yes.
And so that clip appears on Media Matters, which at the time, I was the subject of a lot of attacks from them at the time. And people kind of listened to them.
Yeah.
Including on the right, they listened to them.
Yes.
I mean, this is exactly, again, very interesting, the kind of parallels that exist with the Dawah Mafia. The Dawah Mafia works very closely, and especially after 2016, works very closely with these liberal activists. These liberal activists who hate traditional Islam. And this was exposed actually there was a shooting in 2016 at an Orlando nightclub. There was allegedly a Muslim shooter who went and killed 50 gay men at this gay nightclub. And this was pinned on ISIS at the time. And then there was this statement that came out that was signed by a bunch of these shuyukh and du'at and scholars in America and activists, like these liberal feminist activists led by people like Linda Sarsour and Dalia Mugahed. And they come out and put out this Orlando statement. And the statement says that, as Muslims, we recognize LGBT rights. Basically, that's what the statement amounted to, explicitly and in implication. And I was a big critic of this statement back in 2016. I said that, look, this statement is substantively wrong. Like, this goes contrary to our principles. We can denounce and condemn these acts of violence, but why do we have to take the extra step of affirming LGBT rights? Just because it happened to be like a gay nightclub. And it was later revealed, according to what the FBI investigated, that this ISIS shooter wasn't even intending to hit a gay nightclub. It just coincidentally was a gay nightclub. But these imams and Muslim leaders and activists made sure that their statement was taken as a affirmation of gay rights. That, well, Muslims are perfectly fine with homosexuality and this lifestyle. And guess what? As Americans, you can practice whatever lifestyle that you want and you should have the same rights as everyone else. And I took objection to this because you're affirming LGBT rights. Like, why would you do that? Like, why do you need to do that? You can condemn ISIS. You can condemn acts of terrorism, mass shootings. You can condemn that. We should condemn that. But it doesn't require us to affirm LGBT rights. And I remember I called Yasser Qadi. I called him and I said, this is problematic. This statement has this problem, this problem, this problem. And I'll never forget what Yasser Qadi said. He said that, at this point in my career, I can't go against this. Going against this would be contrary to my career interests. Literally, that's what he said on the phone, which I was shocked by, that he would be, so open about that. But it really explains the kind of choices that he makes and the affiliations that he had at that time and even to this day. A lot of it is career driven, but because at that point in my naive view, I said, well, maybe he is just confused about this, or maybe he doesn't understand the implications of this. Maybe he doesn't understand like what the statement, which is like a page long, maybe he doesn't understand like how this can be used, because you have these hardcore leftist Muslim activists who are going to be pushing for the Muslim community to accept LGBT in line with the democratic political policy. And they can point to this statement, this Orlando statement, and say, look at all the imams who signed on. Look at all the Orthodox traditional imams who signed on. There's this person, these scholars. So you conservative Muslims, you can't oppose us. Because even your teachers, even your scholars, even your imams are signed on to this. So I posted a Facebook post, an article, pointing out all the problems with this open letter, Orlando statement on the Orlando shooting. You can find it online. Just Google it. You can see all the names there. And that was the deep alliance that was created. So my point is, the parallel here is that just like the conservatives, like Ben Shapiro, the Republicans are willing to work with the left wing, especially when they're trying to shut down challenges to their hypocrisy, challenges to their double standards, challenges to their inauthenticity. The Dawah Mafia did the same thing, was doing the same thing, working with the left, the leftists, working with the liberals, the feminists, to take down their political opponents. And they did this with me. Another example of someone that they did this with was Noman Ali Khan. And you know that I'm a critic of Noman Ali Khan. But he was also being targeted by these compassionate imams. Like Omar Suleiman was leading a campaign against Noman Ali Khan behind closed doors. Like it wasn't seen, it wasn't known, other than certain posts that he would put up. Like he published an article right before the whole scandal, the Noman Ali Khan scandal. What do I do when my imam turns out to be like a pervert or something? Like, what do I, like when he betrays Islam or something like that. And it was specifically about like sexual issues or like these kinds of scandals. So he is preempting. Omar Suleiman was preempting on Muslim matters on that platform. And it was an entire campaign, and they worked with the left wing. They worked with, BuzzFeed. They worked with Huffington Post, like these kinds of more mainstream publications to amplify the scandal against Noman Ali Khan, to amplify it. Because these are non-Muslim outlets, but there are these feminist Muslim reporters, like these non-hijabi, feminist, pro-LGBT trash that love, Omar Suleiman. They love, what Omar Suleiman has to say. So they were in contact. Like they're working together to promote an article about how Noman Ali Khan is preying on the community. He's preying on the Muslims. The scandal was just, this was just a creation. What was the reality? Like Noman Ali Khan was, pursuing marriage. He was pursuing marriage and he was pursuing polygyny. Like that's his big crime. And he was doing it without the permission of his first wife. Like that's the whole scandal. That's what the preying is. He's a predator because of that. But it was all very vague, and they didn't make those details clear, because they knew if they make the details clear, Muslims would say, well, this is actually allowed in Islam, or there's a discussion to be had about the fiqh, and to what extent do you have to have the approval of your first wife to pursue a second wife or a third wife. And they don't want the discussion. They want to just destroy Noman Ali Khan for whatever reasons, whether it's business or political reasons, conflicts that they have, because they were rivals. They were rivals. Like Noman Ali Khan is a big rival to Al-Maghrib Institute, Muslim Matters, and ultimately Yaqeen Institute. Omar Suleiman was at Noman Ali Khan's Bayyina Institute and then left and then started Yaqeen. And if you recall, Noman Ali Khan sued Omar Suleiman, sued him. And part of the claim that Noman Ali Khan had against Omar Suleiman is that Omar Suleiman engaged in intellectual property theft, because Yaqeen, the idea of a institute think tank that addresses these kinds of intellectual issues, Noman Ali Khan claimed that was his idea. That was his idea, and Omar Suleiman stole it, along with some money that he stole or misappropriated. This is what Noman claims. I'm not saying that what he's saying is correct or not. So these are rivals. They have problems with each other, major falling out. This is the adab. This is the prophetic way that they preach. So he was suing him, and Omar Suleiman was really masterminding a political or a smear campaign, basically behind the scenes, bringing these articles being published in Huffington Post, BuzzFeed. Like, otherwise, why would BuzzFeed, like a non-Muslim, they're defunct now, but they're really big back in those years, like 8-9 years ago. Why do they care about Noman Ali Khan? And why are they publishing like such a biased piece against Noman Ali Khan? It's not even like trying to be objective. It's just a hit piece, a smear piece. Well, that's because you have a Dawah mafia that works with the left, works with these liberal types, these liberal activists. Yeah, so I'm just giving you the highlights of all this. I haven't discussed it publicly, but I think we should. Like, I'm increasingly thinking that it should be discussed. I have discussed like pieces of this story over the years. I haven't really brought it together in a dedicated stream or a dedicated video, but people deserve to know like how these things operate. Like, Muslims need to know like what the people that you're watching, the people that you're exposing your children to, like sending your children to their classes, to their institutions, like the way that they operate, like what kind of Islam are they really abiding by or operating under.
So what happened?
So I had to write an apology. My boss called me up and said, you need to apologize for what you said.
For being anti-Muslim.
Yes. And so I didn't write, I'm sorry, but I had to write something like, well, I should have chosen my words more carefully and this, that, and the other. And ultimately, then they fired me.
Anyway.
A couple weeks later, yeah.
And
Yeah, this is why you never apologize. Never, as long as you haven't done anything wrong. But in these situations, like if you're a public figure and you've said something, if you haven't said anything wrong, never apologize, because the institutions that do have the leverage to penalize you for what you've said, they actually don't care about the apology. They only want the apology to cover themselves, and they're still going to get rid of you at the end of the day. So never apologize. That's some advice that I can give you for anyone who's going to be involved with these organizations.
What was the pretext for that?
Well, they wanted to get in the White House press office. They wanted a press pass. And they said, the stuff you're saying on the show isn't like a good look for Right Side. They're not going to let us into the White House if you're with us.
But the pressure in this scenario came exclusively from the Daily Wire.
Yes.
That's exactly what Yaqeen said. Yaqeen said that we're not going to be able to get donations, and we're not going to be able to collaborate with the people that we want to collaborate as long as you're with us. As long as you're like associated with us publicly. You know, your name is on the website. I was the research director. Like, not only is my name, I'm a director on the website, but I'm publishing articles. Like, I eventually published like 2 within those first 3 months. I had 2 articles with my name. I worked on other articles that I wasn't credited, but just the fact that your name is there, we're not getting donations, and we have individuals unnamed that are not going to work with us because you're affiliated. So we have to take, their first step was, we're going to take your name off of everything. So yeah, this is how they treat you. And what was my big crime? My big crime was, again, just as a reminder, what made me so radical, too radical for Omar Suleiman and Ashraf Motiwala and Junaid Dean, this other board member. The problem was that you're opposed to feminism. You're criticizing Linda Sarsour, and you have a problem with Muslims being aligned with pro-LGBT Democrats and even endorsing gay marriage and LGBT positions.
Yes, because, and here's how I know why. My show got maybe 100 live viewers every night.
Not a powerhouse show.
No. So the Media Matters was not onto me. They were put onto me by people in the right that wanted me canceled.
Yeah, well, that's interesting. So then what do? You're failing in school. Your show just got canceled. What's your plan now?
So I dropped out.
Of college.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And I hated college, and it was very expensive. Even I had a substantial scholarship, but it was still expensive, and I didn't like it. So my plan was that I was going to go to a different college. I might work for a year, make some money. And eventually I got the show back about a month later. They came back, and by popular demand from my 100 viewers who were very dedicated, Right Side offered me the show back. And so I took the show again over the summer. And then I applied for a job at the Leadership Institute. That was kind of the next big saga.
But you didn't get that job.
No, I did not get the job.
Why?
Well, I was told, because I knew people that worked there, that were field representatives there. It was a field representative job. And so I went out for a job training at the end of July 2017. So after that second semester, and I applied for this field rep job. It was this 2-week training. And I go there, and on the first day of the whole thing, they go around the room of all the prospective applicants. It's like a big tryout, basically, for 2 weeks. And they wanted to get everybody to break the ice and know each other. So we did introductions. They said, say your name, how old you are, and why you're a conservative. And at this time, people are not where, let's say, we are right now. They're not America first. They're not anything like, they're not talking about great replacement. That's not on the radar for them. So you go around the room and you hear stuff about small government, free markets, personal responsibility, that sort of thing. And they get to me, and I said, well, I'm a conservative because we're losing our civilization because of mass immigration. America doesn't resemble America anymore. France is no longer France. I said, and if we don't conserve the demographics, forget about the rest. That's what we need to conserve. And I said that. And I was told later on that at that moment, I was immediately disqualified by the people that were running the job training.
On what grounds?
They said that was too far right. That was too extreme.
Worrying about who lives in your country is far right?
Apparently.
When we started this show, we were looking for a very specific.
So where does that leave you ideologically? Like, how are you changing at this point?
So at this point, I'm realizing that something is deeply wrong here in the conservative movement, because we were led to believe in those days of the campus culture wars and Gamergate and all that, is that we're the marketplace of ideas and we're about free speech and the rest of it. And here I am being like nuked from orbit by Ben Shapiro as a kid, and for asking what I thought were reasonable questions. Because I didn't come from some strange background. I come from a normal home. You know, my parents are Catholic. They're married. We came from a relatively affluent suburb. I went to Lyons Township. That's like a very affluent high school. In other words, I didn't wake up as like the son of, William Luther Pierce. I wasn't like a skinhead or something. You know, I was like a normal guy that was like, yeah, like country's too diverse. We're too pro-Israel. Like, this is reasonable. And I was just getting sandbagged for it and blacklisted. And what's more, nobody cared. Like, because I remember going on Twitter and saying like, why isn't anyone sticking up for me? Where's Dave Rubin? The free speech warrior. Where's he on this one? Where's Shapiro? Where's all these people? And in some way, they were all sort of complicit in this. So I realized that the conservative movement was completely bankrupt in that way.
Yeah. Well,
and
you're
I became very radical.
Well, you became...
Yeah, I mean, that's the same realization I had about the Dawa Mafia. Because, it was clear, like, there was a coordinated campaign to smear me, to vilify me for what? Like, for what am I really saying that is so offensive, that is so contrary to Islam, that I'm getting attacked like this, or I'm getting blacklisted like this? Because even if these, and there were incidents like this later on in 2019 when I started increasingly criticizing the Dawa Mafia. And you might remember there was this migrant march that Omar Suleiman was participating in, the one where he is, doing that water ritual, and he's literally hand in hand with these priestesses, like LGBT priestesses wearing rainbow flags. He's literally locked arms with them and doing these rituals, and that whole like disgusting display. When I criticized Omar Suleiman for this, you had the entire Dawa Mafia apparatus attacking me and calling me a liar. Like literally Yasser Qadi, Zaid Shakir, Abu Isa of Al-Maghrib Institute, a lot of these activist types that are like doing sacred activism, like they all started blasting me and defending Omar Suleiman. And, that made me realize that, okay, this is an entire mafia. Like this is an entire apparatus, and it's coordinated, and they all have a vested interest in not allowing this kind of critique to take hold and to, make ground with the Muslim community. So that was my realization back in 2019 when the whole water ritual scandal came out.
I mean, let me just say, I'm so familiar with, I was much older when it happened to me and much more insulated. I was not a college student. I was like 45. So, and I was in a much better place to withstand the pressure. But I do think this is my main question to you, is when you get attacked, when people call you names, like they always called me racist, and I would always think to myself, I'm actually not. I would tell you if I was racist. I'm a little sexist, but I'm not racist. And I never understood why they did that. And then I thought maybe the point is to make me racist. Where you just get to a point where you're like, well, if you're going to slander me, then I'll just become the thing you're calling me. I do think that's a feature of human nature, don't you? Mm-hmm. And if you stare too intently at the accusers, at the, whatever Ben Shapiro's or Mark Levin's or Ted Cruz or whoever it is calling you names, it like distorts you and you actually change and become what they say you are. Have you thought that ever? Do you worry that happened to you?
No, I don't think it ever did, because I know who I am. I had a very firm grounding of what I'm about, which is that I was deeply Catholic, and I still am, deeply patriotic and pro-American. And I don't consider myself temperamentally to be an angry or a hateful person. So I never, in other words, lost my center. You know, they say this thing about...
and this is the same kind of tactic again. I'm drawing these parallels because I think it's very interesting, especially for a Muslim audience, to just make it like very more tangible. Like what he's talking about is not some distant issue that is distant from the Muslim community. Like we have the same kind of structural power that is preventing a true Orthodox traditional Islam to be mainstream in the Muslim community, to be spread like in all the masajid. There's a reason why, you know, so many of our major masajid are not promoting like a kind of transformative Islamic orthodoxy, and that we're so weak. There's a reason for that. It's not organic. Like, yeah, part of it, yeah, there are some organic problems that we suffer from, whether that be like sectarianism or materialism, like certain spiritual problems. But on top of that, there is a campaign or a structure that prevents a kind of authentic Islamic conservatism, traditionalism, orthodoxy to gain power and influence. And that's what Muslims need to start to recognize more and more. And I'm the one who's been calling out for all these years because, you know, I was targeted by that structure, For what reason? Simply for having, you know, traditional Orthodox Muslim views. And they do this kind of character assassination. And I don't think Tucker Carlson is trying to character assassinate Nick Fuentes, but he's kind of referring to that narrative that, oh, Nick is just a hateful, racist, bigot. And yeah, he's just disgruntled. He didn't get the kind of job that he wanted. He didn't get put into these positions with the conservative establishment. He was blocked from the Daily Wire. He's being blocked from all of these conservative media institutions. And he's just disgruntled. He's disgruntled and he's angry, and that's what's really motivating him. That's what's driving him. It's just personal animus. This is how they want to characterize him. And that's how they characterize me as well. Like there was a literal bot campaign from Yaqeen Institute, from Yaqeen and this whole compassionate network, where they wanted to portray Daniel is a disgruntled ex-employee. He's just so personally, he has this kind of personal vendetta. He feels like he's been, sabotaged and repressed by Yaqeen and these compassionate imams, and now he's on doing a revenge tour, or he's on revenge. He wants to avenge that mistreatment. So to portray you as a crazy person, to portray you as the kind of unhinged egomaniac, and distract from the real reasons, like the real problem, the real core substantive disagreement. And they want to take away as much attention from that because they know they will lose that debate. They will lose that debate. And the Wahhabis also, similarly. The Wahhabi, and before them, the Madkhalis. The Madkhalis, this was their main tactic. They wanted to really portray Daniel as an extremist. Daniel is an extremist. He's with ISIS. Like, that's what they were claiming. They were claiming. And then at other times, they claim, no, he's an Ikhwani. No, he's a Sufi. No, he's a grave worshiper. Like, these things are all completely diametrically opposed, by the way. You can't really get further apart on the spectrum than between ISIS supporter and grave worshiper, Sufi grave worshiper, but they were accusing me of being that at the same time to character assassinate me as opposed to deal with the actual issues, the actual substantive debate of, for example, these Gulf countries are aggressively secularizing and they're introducing all kinds of liberal measures to change the character of Muslim society in Saudi or the UAE or wherever else. And that is a problem. This is going to have lasting damage to the ummah. So for making that kind of critique, their entire Madkhali network descended on me with nonstop character assassination. And the Wahhabis, though, those were the Madkhali Wahhabis, and now the rest of the Wahhabis have joined in since then.
You look into the abyss and the abyss stares back into you. That never really happened to me. I was frustrated. I was frustrated because I felt like I was being denied a level playing field, opportunity, and it wasn't fair. I felt like I was right, and these people that were basically hypocrites, grifters, not really conservative, they were controlling the conversation, and as a consequence, they were controlling the Republican movement. And I really perceive this as like an urgent crisis, because if we wanted Trump to deliver America first, to realize it, the Trump movement had to transform the conservative movement to reflect the victory that Trump won.
So, and I won't keep torturing you with biographical questions, but I do want to so how...
With Muslims, it's also an urgent crisis. There's basically an entire generation that has been ruined in the West because of liberalism, because of feminism. Like, there's an entire generation of Muslim women that has been destroyed by feminism, where they're adopting feminism instead of like correct Islamic gender norms. The kind of secularization that is being pushed aggressively by the Gulf countries or by an overarching system of Western human rights law. Like, these are urgent problems. They're urgent. They are tangibly affecting the lives of Muslims around the world and in the West. And it needs to be addressed yesterday. But we can't address it because of these individuals and these institutions and this structure that prevents that kind of information, those kinds of values to be spread and to take hold, because they're not allowed to be taught. They're not allowed to be taught in masajid. They're not allowed to be taught at the major conferences. The major institutions are not platforming Daniel or anyone who speaks like Daniel. They're platforming Linda Sarsour or Yasser Qadi or Ilhan Omar, who are preaching the exact opposite message. They're contributing to the problems.
Your show gets canceled, you drop out of college, you have no money, you decide you want to work at the Leadership Institute, which is like a conservative think tank or some organization of longstanding in Arlington, Virginia. Mm-hmm. Can't get the job there because you're worried about immigration. It's all pretty amazing. And then, like, where does that leave you? How did you succeed?
Well, I continued doing my show. I did it independently.
What does that mean? How do you do it? How do you do a show independently? Like, how did you do it?
I started a YouTube channel.
Yeah.
And I was in my parents' basement, and I put up a green screen. I got my computer, webcam, and I just started going live every night in the same way that I did at RSBN. I just did it on my own channel where I had creative control over it. And at that point, I basically mounted an attack on the conservative establishment from the outside. I sort of realized that there's sort of two ways you could play this. You could infiltrate the conservative movement. I could recant all my views and apologize and pretend to be one of them and bypass the gatekeepers, the censors. I said, or I could kind of be in the wilderness and I would be alone and I would be radioactive, but I could challenge the credibility and legitimacy of the conservative movement and its claim to represent conservatives. And that was kind of the mission, was to say, no, the immovable standard is America first. I'm going to represent it. And the conservative movement is going to have to move to me. I will not move towards them. And I thought, maybe I'll make money and maybe I won't, but I'm going to try it for a couple of years and I'll see how it goes.
So, but the sight picture in your head was enemy.
And that's the only option he had. That's the only option he had. And many who are faced with that option, they will just jettison all of their beliefs and all of their values, and they'll try to fit in a kind of infiltration, but really they'll change. And you're presented with that option. Like I was presented with that option at Yaqeen. Like, you can just shut up. Don't talk about feminism. Don't talk about liberalism. Just keep that to yourself and play along to get along. But, the correct decision to make is, no, I won't be a hypocrite. I won't betray Islam. Okay, then you're going to be radioactive. You're going to be on the outside. You're going to be ostracized. You're going to be attacked. You have to fight every single day that you want to speak is going to be a battle. You're going to be attacked nonstop, constantly. And not everyone has the ability to do that, or like the tolerance for that kind of abuse, like constant attack, constant vilification. Like, it's not easy when people are constantly lying about you. Deliberate lies. They know it's a lie, but they just want to smear you. They just want to snuff you out. That's not easy, and a lot of people, they just prefer to, okay, put their head down and go with the flow. So that, it takes integrity. Like someone like Nick Fuentes has a lot of integrity to stick up for his values, even if we might disagree with what those values are. And we're going to get into a critique of his positions later in the show. But you still have to compliment him and admire his tenacity, because it's not easy. It's not easy to have... it's pretty much like the Israeli government. Like the Israeli government, through the Daily Wire, through their network of pro-Israel influencers and left-wing, even the left-wing institutions, attacking him nonstop and trying to ruin his life, trying to destroy him. And eventually it led to someone trying to come to his house to kill him, literally with a loaded gun. So it takes, you have to tip your cap to someone like Nick Fuentes, who has been doing it for a long time.
Enemy is conservative movement.
Yes.
Do you think that was a good choice?
Yes, absolutely.
Rather than like, but why not like Antifa or, I don't know, Anti-Defamation League, or there are a lot of institutions on like George Soros. Like, why would it be their conservative establishment? Why do you think that was important?
Well, I kind of took a page from Trump's playbook, which is that you have to, in the country, the left was hegemonic over all the institutions. And you have this organized opposition to the left and the Democrats and all the left-wing controlled institutions. And the organized opposition comes from movement conservatism, the Republican Party, Fox News, the sort of constellation of conservative institutions. And I said, the problem is, whether you go Democrat or you go Republican, you're kind of just like getting the same thing. You're getting the establishment effectively. The opposition is basically controlled or moderated. It's not authentic opposition. It's not a true alternative. And so I said, we, and by we, I mean the true America First nationalists, we need to fight for the mantle of the opposition. And then leading the opposition, then we can take the fight to the left as the conservatives, as the Republicans, whatever. But first, you have to win that internal battle among the audience that the conservatives have. Because that's really the problem, is that they have usurped. The base is extremely conservative, extremely anti-left. But the Republican Party, like those that represent them, are not at all. A lot of them are atheists, a lot of them are gay, a lot of them are feminists. And so I said, like, we kind of need to rally, like Trump did, rally the base against the establishment, and then take the fight to the left as the true alternative. And if you can win that, then you win the country. That was kind of Trump's model.
What?
Yeah, so here, when you are going against the conservative establishment, when someone like Nick Fuentes or the alt-right is critiquing the conservative establishment, there's going to be some spillover. Because if you critique atheism and you critique LGBT, you critique gay marriage, you critique feminism with the conservative establishment, with the GOP, those critiques apply just as much to the left wing. Those critiques are going to wake people up, or going to arm your audience to be able to debate the left wing on those issues, on feminism, on LGBT, on, in their case, immigration. If you can launch these arguments against the GOP, there's going to be spillover that will apply equally to the left wing, because your entire premise is that there's not really much difference. There's not much daylight between the left wing and the establishment conservatives. It's not like a true alternative. They ultimately, on the most important issues, they have the same positions. There's a consensus amongst them. Like the Republicans and the Democrats agree on gay marriage. They think that this is an important right to maintain and has to be in the law. The GOP adopted that position. The Democrats adopted it around 2013, and then the GOP, the Republicans, came around later on. So that's your premise, that there's not much of a difference. So when you critique atheism or liberalism or feminism, you're really critiquing both sides. It's not true. There's a dichotomy between two sides, but there's just that spillover effect. And it's again similar with Muslims, like the conservative Dawah mafia, these compassionate imams, they're not really teaching an alternative to a Western liberal lifestyle. In fact, they're like openly trying to claim that, you know, being a Muslim and being an American, like a regular full-blown American, is not a contradiction. You know, the Muslims are even more American than the Americans. And, you know, this can't be correct. Like, this can't be correct, because when it comes to being American, that comes with certain assumptions. Certain assumptions that have to deal with gender roles, for example, or the structure of government, or the structure of society, the place of religion. Like, is religion a private thing, or is it something that should be instituted on a communal level or within our marriages? What should the law be based on? Like, there is conflict there. There is tension there between an fully American identity, like non-Muslim American identity, and being a Muslim. And I'm not saying that there can't be like certain types of reconciliation, or that it can't be worked out in a practical way, like as for Muslims living in America, for example. I don't think it's impossible for Muslims to live in America or a Western country, but there's clearly tensions there. But the point is that the compassionate imams, they are actively trying to assimilate the Muslims to that status quo, to the American status quo. So of course it's not an alternative. Of course it's not going to be a meaningful alternative. And that's a problem, because if we look at Western society, we look at the degeneracy, we look at the breakup of the family, we look at the level of crime and chaos, we look at the dissolving of religious sentiment and the institutions of religion. All of these problems that we see within Western societies, whether it's Europe or America or Canada, why do we want to join them in that malaise and that destruction? Why would we want to? Isn't Islam an alternative or the solution to these problems, these social, familial problems that they have? Don't we want to present Islam as an alternative? And don't we want to take Islam as a solution to these problems for our own personal, individual benefit, let alone our communal benefit? Why would we want to follow them into that lizard hole? Why would we want to drink that same poison? We do need an alternative. But the compassionate imams don't want to present an alternative. Why? Because that introduces conflict, that introduces tension, that introduces, like, you're going against the status quo, and they're not interested in that. That goes contrary to their career interests, their political interests, their positions of influence with that status quo. So they're not going to present an alternative that challenges these ideologies and this way of life. So what Muslims need, what someone like me has always wanted to do, is to point out their hypocrisy, to point out that they're making concessions in ways that no concession can be made in Islam to these Western ideologies, and to show that they're not actually a true representation of traditional Orthodox Islam. That's not what they're teaching. They're duping you. They're fooling you into going along with that program to your detriment, to the detriment of the Ummah. And once we can wake up Muslims to that reality, then they're not going to want to follow these figures. They're not going to want to support those institutions. And a true Islamic movement can come out of that. A true Islamic movement that is guided by the principles of Islam and has the ultimate goal of Islamic sovereignty, a ummah, first nation, a khilafah that can be established somewhere in the world, that is supported by Muslims all over the world, that serves the Muslims, serves Muslim interests as Muslims, as opposed to these individual nation states defined by national identity and sectarianism and the kind of current problems that we are seeing in the Ummah. So the first thing we need to do is wake up the Muslims that these religious institutions, insofar as you're religious, insofar as you care about Islam, insofar as you care about pleasing Allah, then you need to throw off this fake Islamic institution, this fake Islamic dawah. And same with the Wahhabis, like the same thing. Like Wahhabis are presenting themselves as the authorities of Islam and authentic Orthodox Islam. And we've seen like how devastating that kind of Wahhabi mentality is. It's so cancerous. It causes so much destruction, disunity, constant civil war. And so it also needs to be displaced. It also needs to be taken off of this pedestal, and the presumption of authority that it has needs to be undermined until fine, be an Athari, be a Hanbali. Those are respected Islamic Aqidah positions that Muslims have had for 1,000 years. But the problematic aspects of Wahhabism, the Khariji tendency to create nonstop civil war and to takfir other Muslims in order to create sectarianism that goes above and beyond even concerns for the interests of the Ummah, where you prefer to blast the Palestinians as having bad Aqidah, wrong Aqidah, they're grave worshippers, even in the midst of them being genocided by this Jewish nation. That's a problem. Like, this is a problem that can cause it has caused catastrophic damage for the Ummah, so it needs to be displaced. It needs to be unmasked. Like, this is not traditional Islam. This is not Islamic authority. It's not legitimate. So that's, again, parallel with what we see in American politics.
What did you see as like the most important gatekeepers that needed to be overturned, pushed aside in order to do this?
It was these Zionist Jews like Dave Rubin, like Ben Shapiro, like Dennis Prager. It was these the guys that were really controlling the media apparatus that seemed to me to be the biggest impediment.
Fox is not a Jewish business, though.
Well, Rupert Murdoch is an ally of Netanyahu, so he's
True.
aligned.
Yeah.
And he owns the whole News Corp empire. So, and yeah, he's certainly a part of it also.
I mean, Dave Rubin, though, does he matter?
No, not really.
Right. I mean, Dave Rubin is like, I don't know. Do people watch Dave Rubin?
They did back then. I mean, because you got to consider they were kind of like the ascendant new media, you know? They represented the next big thing.
Yeah, they were the intellectual dark web. People like not only Dave Rubin, Barry Weiss, Eric Weinstein, Jordan Peterson was considered part of that as well. Sam Harris. Those were the main figures of this intellectual dark web. They were supposed to be like the alt-right. They were the alt-right. They were the response. Like, they're basically the kosher version of the alt-right. Jordan Peterson is coming out and he's saying that there is only two genders. Or actually, that's not even what he said. Jordan Peterson is coming out and he's saying that you should have the right not to use someone's pronouns. They want you to use their pronouns, but you have the right, a free speech right, not to use their pronouns. You know, this is a male saying that my pronouns are she, her, and you have the right, the free speech right, not to call him she, her. That's all that Jordan Peterson actually said. Pretty radical, right? Pretty radical. But this was the intellectual dark web. Like, it's not even supposed to be on the normal World Wide Web. It's like the dark web. And so this is, Dave Rubin was a part of that as well. And they're supposed to be the critique of the left, the alternative to the leftist hegemony rather. And this was basically a psyop. Ben Shapiro also, I forgot Ben Shapiro. He's also was a part of this intellectual dark web. So, but it is overwhelmingly Jewish. These figures All of them were Jewish except Jordan Peterson. And it's interesting how Tucker Carlson was pointing out Rupert Murdoch. Oh, Rupert Murdoch, or Fox News, is not owned by Jews. All the other major media corporations are, but not Fox News. So that disproves that Jews have a lot of influence over the media, or they control the media. And this is something that someone like Kevin McDonald points out, the idea of the Judaized Gentile. The Judaized Gentile, that it's actually a part of the strategy of some of these powerful Jewish organizations to put a non-Jew in charge as the face of the organization, in order to avoid the accusation that this is Jewish control. So this is like a deliberate strategy to have like a Gentile in those positions, one member of the group or the face of the organization. Daily Wire is the same thing. Daily Wire is run by Ben Shapiro, and Ben Shapiro is connected to the Israeli government, and is, interviewing Benjamin Netanyahu, but has that kind of official connection with the Israeli government. But who is like the most popular face of the Daily Wire? It's Matt Walsh. He's not Jewish. Or Michael Knowles. He's not Jewish. So having that kind of Gentile public-facing figure is very critical to the overall strategy.
I mean, and Ben Shapiro seems irrelevant to me now.
But back then, for the young,
guess that's
was huge.
true.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe you won.
Oh, certainly.
Well, it wasn't that long ago that...
Yeah, so maybe you won, certainly. Yeah, he has won in the sense that now he's being interviewed by Tucker. Now he's mainstream. Now people are, he has 1 million followers now. He's still banned in many ways, but I think a lot of that banning is going to slowly start to recede. It's very possible that Fuentes is going to be back on YouTube. I think that increasingly Fuentes is going to find powerful backers if he hasn't already. I'm sure he has a few already, like powerful backers who will fund him and will try to get doors opened for him. I think Tucker is maybe increasingly going to do that. And it's likely that Fuentes is going to be back on YouTube. And there's been a lot less censorship of Fuentes in terms of his clips being allowed to proliferate on Instagram, on TikTok to a certain extent, but TikTok was not as censorious as these other platforms anyway. Maybe he'll get credit card processing back. We'll see. But the fact that he's being interviewed by Tucker Carlson, he was interviewed by Patrick Bet-David earlier. Many of these major podcasts are inviting him on. This shows that, okay, something has changed. And when Fuentes is asked about this in other places, he doesn't have an answer like why they're allowing him. Because if it's true that all of these institutions are controlled, all of these social media platforms are controlled by Zionist Jews, why are they letting one of their biggest critics back on? Why are they letting... Because there was a point just maybe 2 years ago that you couldn't even have a video that said Nick Fuentes in the title or included his content in the video and YouTube not take that down and potentially take out your whole channel. Now, that's changed. Clearly, something has changed in their policy. So what is that? What could explain that? And one explanation is that now he has like some powerful backers that are going to bat for him, and trying to, allow this conversation to happen. Why? Well, maybe they are people who are like Tucker, America first, and they view Jewish power as overreaching, overplaying their hand, being a little bit too obnoxious with the kind of censorship they demand, with the kind of devotion to Israel that they demand. Like maybe they push too far, and some of these institutional players, maybe in the deep state, are now tired of it. Okay, if we want to survive, if America is going to survive and continue to be a hegemon and be this world power, we need to put the brakes on the train. We need to, like, we can't continue down this path. There has to be some major change. And maybe we need a Nick Fuentes, especially if he can moderate himself on certain issues. We can present him, and he can rally a generation. This Gen Z, he's so popular with this Gen Z, this next generation of Americans, to right the ship and salvage a future for America. Because if the whole American project is destroyed because of this parasitic relationship with Israel and Jewish power, then so what? We're going to be the deep state of a failed state. We're going to be the deep state of a country that's more like Brazil, a country that's more like Argentina, or Italy. Like, so what? Like, we want to be the elite of a superpower, of a hegemon. And if America keeps going down this path, that's not going to be the case. And our Jewish partners that we've been working with so closely, especially after World War II, but even prior to that, our Jewish partners who are also these billionaires, these major figures, we have to create a break. we have to say enough is enough. Okay, we've been supporting Israel. We've been giving Israel everything. We've allowed you to dictate, like, on this claim of anti-Semitism. We've shut down all your critics. We've shut down the deep state has. We've put Nick Fuentes on the no-fly list. We've shut down his credit card processing, and everyone else, who has been critical of Israel and Jewish power. We've played ball, but it's too much now. It's like it's going to disrupt our entire system. We're already being exposed. Like, the whole idea of rule of law is now a joke. The whole idea, the United States had this kind of moral legitimacy in the eyes of the world. Like, we are the democracy. We are the leaders of democracy and equality and freedom. And we're inspiring the people of the world to adopt our values and create those kinds of democracies around the world, whether they're from a Muslim background or Asian background or African background. We're inspiring that because it's attractive morally, ideologically, but also it'll bring economic prosperity. That's the American dream. That's the American promise. But that's been shattered because of our support for Israel and our opposition to any kind of attempt to hold Israel accountable for its very blatant, obvious crimes and atrocities and active genocide. So America has lost all of this moral legitimacy and lost a lot of its soft power influence because of that. And I think people in the deep state, these shadowy figures who are controlling the knobs behind the curtain, they're kind of been pushed past their limit. Like, something has, if this continues, there won't be like American superpower. And maybe Tucker Carlson is aligned or working for those individuals, and maybe they realize the importance of a Nick Fuentes. And so they're bringing him on board, and you can kind of see, and you can kind of see some of Nick's positions evolving a little bit. And we can talk about that, but you can see recently he was in favor of the U.S. Basically forwarding an imperial policy towards the rest of the world, including Venezuela. We need to take their stuff. The U.S. needs to just take their stuff. Just impose your will on Venezuela. We're a superpower, the U.S., and it's America first, our interest. So if we can strong arm the world to give us their resources, we should do that. We should do that. So that's an interesting kind of perspective to have. And Nick can always claim that, well, this is America first. Like, this is consistent with a America first philosophy. But, at what point does that kind of America first policy coincide with a kind of elite deep state policy or outlook on the world? Is there any daylight there? Especially when he's promoting things like the importance of elite human capital, and he's encouraging his followers to go to the Ivy League, get a Ivy League degree, become like an influential person, create these political networks, amass wealth so that you amass influence and power so that you can become elite. You can become the deep state. We will become the deep state. So the existing deep state can move closer to Nick Fuentes or Generation Z, the Zoomers, the up and coming, and so that in order to preserve American hegemony. So I think, like, my prediction is that the reason why Nick Fuentes is on Tucker Carlson or he's being interviewed, the censorship has kind of decreased around him, because maybe this is in the works. And Nick Fuentes, it would be rational for him to pursue that. It would be rational for him to take that opportunity, and why wouldn't he? Why wouldn't he? Because that, in his view, like, that's how we can achieve America first. But again, there are contradictions that we're going to talk about later in the show.
.com to shop the Grid Doctor, which has been so destructive, I think, and I've seen, who is effectively opposing neoconservative foreign policy, which has been the dominant foreign policy of the United States for my entire life, which has been so destructive, I think, and I've seen it. Who are the voices who are sincere in their opposition to that and who have some ability to change the country's orientation on foreign policy? And those would include Marjorie Taylor Greene, J.D. Vance, Matt Gaetz, me. But you've attacked all of those people.
Yeah.
Why would you? And almost Joe Kent. Those strike me as someone who's really interested in this topic. I'm not that interested in the Jews, but I'm very interested in the foreign policy question. Those seem like the most sincere people. Those seem like the only hope of the country to get away from this destructive, really self-destructive cycle. Why attack them?
Well, in short, they attacked me first.
Yeah, but like, who cares?
Well,
yeah, who cares? So Tucker is like, this is just like a meme at this point. Like, you're criticizing Nick, or you're asking him like, well, why are you attacking? Like, that's a problem, right? He's like, well, they're if attacking someone is a problem, they attack me first. And then Tucker's like, well, so what? If they attack you, so what? It's only only problematic if you attack them. And again, this is the same kind of thing I say when people say, why are you attacking these compassionate imams? Like, they're doing so much good work, and they're really inspiring people. They're making Muslims better Muslims. Like, how can you attack them? And then part of the response is, well, they attacked me first. They attacked me first. It might not have been in a public way. It was behind the scenes, but they attacked me first.
Well, let's take Joe Kent.
I mean, you attack me constantly.
Well,
and I'm like, I don't really give a shit. I want to meet the guy.
You attacked me first too.
No. But what I'm saying is, I'm not whining about it. Sure. I'm just saying, like, so, you know what I mean?
Well, I don't say so, because, like, take Joe Kent, for instance. I supported Joe Kent, and I talked to Joe Kent. I got introduced to him by Matt Brainerd. Matt Brainerd went to my conference in 2021. He bought a table.
Was he his campaign manager?
He was.
Okay.
Or he was a consultant, but he was on the campaign. Yeah. And so I met Matt Brainerd. He liked me a lot. He loved my conference in February 21, which he bought a table at for his organization, Look Ahead America. And in 2021, and by we, I mean my nonprofit and myself and my team, we wanted to support America First candidates in the midterms, like you said, authentic opponents.
Me too.
Yeah. And
that's how I found Joe Kent.
Yes. And so I met a lot of the people in that sort of scene. Like Ryan Gerdusky, I know, is very supportive of Joe Kent, and other people that are more private, I don't want to name, but they put me on, not just to Joe Kent, but Patrick Witt in Georgia, Gibbs in Michigan, a lot of different people. And Joe Kent was one of them. And I had a phone call with Joe Kent. And I told him, I had my assistant on the phone too, who's Jewish, by the way, just because I want you to know I'm cool like that. You know, I don't judge. But so I'm on the phone with Joe, and I said, look, we support you and we want to do everything we can to help you. We want to have my followers knock on doors for you. We want to boost your social media. Anything that you need, we want to help you. I said, and we don't even want to be publicly associated. I said, because we know that that might hurt you. I said, the only thing that we ask in return is you can't disavow me if the media asks. And you can say whatever you need to say, but you can't disavow. And he said, yeah, I totally agree with you, because if we start disavowing each other, then we're just going to eat each other alive and the left wins. We're in agreement. And a couple months later, Joe tweeted in support of me because I had been banned on all social media. I was on the no-fly list. So he said something on Twitter like, Nick Fuentes shouldn't be banned. He should not be censored. A month after that, I put out on Twitter, I said, Joe Kent is one of the most impressive America First candidates that's running in 22. Well, fast forward a whole year later, I do my annual conference, AFPAC, in February 22. Marjorie Taylor Greene attends. We had 1,200 people, and it got a lot of media attention. And I'm driving home, because I'm on the no-fly list at this time. I'm driving home from Florida.
Can I ask you to pause? By no-fly list, you mean not extra scrutiny, but like not allowed to fly in airplanes in the United States?
Not allowed to fly, yes.
How old were you?
I was 23.
Did you have any felony convictions?
No.
Okay. I wasn't even aware that could happen. How long were you not allowed to fly in airplanes?
How is Tucker Carlson not aware of the no-fly list? Like, this is not something new. This is something that since September 11th, there's been a no-fly list, and it's mainly been used against Muslims. Thousands of Muslims have been put on the no-fly list. And that happened in the Bush administrations, the Obama administrations, continued in the Trump administration, the Biden administration. Like, only recently, only in the Biden administration was it being used against the right wing, people like Nick Fuentes. But for 20 years prior to that, it was being used against Muslims. And Tucker Carlson, who was part of the Fox News media establishment as a Republican conservative, was very much in favor of all kinds of civil rights restrictions against Muslims, curbing of Muslim civil rights because of the Patriot Act, because of this kind of quote-unquote war on terror. So he was not aware of the no-fly list. Maybe he wasn't aware of the no-fly list being used against, non-Muslims. Maybe that's what he was not aware of.
In the United States.
1 year.
It's really crazy.
Yeah, it was.
Sorry, I just want to get that out there.
No, yeah, it's brutal.
And you confirm that you were not allowed to fly in airplanes?
Yes,
period.
I have the letter from the TSA, yeah. I was on the do not board list.
Sorry to interrupt you.
No, yeah, it's crazy. But so anyway, so I'm driving home from Florida after my conference, and I get people start texting me. Joe Kent is on Twitter, and he says, I condemn Nick Fuentes, especially his views on Israel. That's the tweet. And I texted Joe and I said, seriously? And he texts me back and he says, we win by addition, not subtraction. I go, well, you just subtracted me out of the movement. I said, because I don't support you anymore. He goes back for seconds. He goes on Twitter and says, Nick Fuentes and his focus on race and religion does not fit with my message of inclusive populism. Inclusive populism. That doesn't sound like authentic America First. That sounds like bullshit to me. And I don't know. I know he's your friend, but I don't know him that well. And
right.
I'm not on the team.
Well,
So this is like the question, like, to what extent does America as a concept really require focus on one particular race or one particular religion? And this is something that Nick Fuentes can't pretend like doesn't have a precedent. Like, that kind of populism, or that the idea that you're an American regardless of your religion, and you can be just as American as a Muslim or as a Hindu or as an atheist, as a Christian, or you can be just as much as American as a black or a brown or an Asian or a Hispanic as any white person. That's not something that was just created by like Hillary Clinton or something that just came up very recently. Like, there is a long tradition. Like, you can question whether the founding fathers had that kind of understanding, but ultimately that is the tension at the founding of America. That is the tension, because you have the founding fathers who are subscribing to philosophical liberalism. They're coming out of the Enlightenment, and they are subscribed to philosophical liberalism as this ideology to maximize individual freedom and equality. And the Constitution is based off of that. And it isn't, Christian in the sense that they believe that the Bible has the answers for how to set up your government or how to set up your society. The founding fathers didn't subscribe to that idea of Christianity. And not all of the founding fathers were that kind of devotional Christian at all. Some of them were deists. And the idea of being a deist is that you believe that God is not personally involved in the world. And certainly God is not a man. They didn't believe in Jesus Christ or the Trinity. They believe in this kind of abstract principle, like first mover, like a kind of Greek philosophical notion of the prime mover. That's what deism is, that God, the first mover, has just created the universe like a clock and set it in motion, and it's not involved. And you can believe in God without believing in the Bible, without believing in Jesus Christ, without believing in any kind of like religious governance. Many of the founding fathers were deists in that way. Like, they weren't this kind of devotional Christian. In fact, I think most of them were influenced by the Enlightenment to take this kind of deistic position. So there's going to be a tension there. You have this concept of a white nation, because the Enlightenment was also white supremacist in many ways. And this is what is hard for us to understand today, but the Enlightenment movement and the founding fathers were white supremacists in the sense that they believed that the reason that science and technology and the Enlightenment philosophy of freedom and equality and individualism, the reason that has come out of Europe is because Europeans are white, and they have the cognitive capacity to develop science and technology and to approach the world in an objective way on the basis of empiricism and rationality. That's a Western value, and it comes from being white. That's explicitly what they believe, what the Enlightenment thinkers believed, and what the founding fathers of America believed. So, but isn't that a contradiction? Isn't that a contradiction to say that you view all human beings as equal, and as individuals who have equal capacity, and they should be subject to the rule of law in an equal way? But you're also white supremacist, and by the way, many of the policies that the United States is instituting is very racialist. It's very discriminatory against natives, against blacks, against Muslims, even Muslim slaves, because you're like white supremacist. So isn't that a contradiction? And that's the kind of schizophrenia that's inherent to liberalism. And only like if you have this kind of naive perspective or naive understanding of the history of liberalism do you think that these are in contradiction. The actual history of liberalism is that it's very pro-discrimination. It's very racist. Liberalism has a long history of genocide. Liberalism has a long history of subjugation on the basis of race. Liberalism is extremely authoritarian. And you can see this in the writings of the Enlightenment thinkers. You can see this in the policies of the founding fathers. You can see this in the colonial project, the liberal European powers like France and Britain, when they go and they commit a genocide in Algeria, as the French did. Or you see the subjugation of the Indians and the subcontinent by the British. They viewed themselves as, well, we are bringing the light of civilization and democracy to these barbarians, these Muslims or these natives or these Hindus. And that's our burden. That's a white man's burden. And we want to educate them and civilize them so that they adopt these superior values. So that's inherent. Like, that's inherent to genocide and discrimination and a kind of two-tiered system. That's inherent to liberalism. And it's inherent to America, the founding of America. And the question is, can this actually last? Like, can this contradiction last and be sustainable over time? And what happened was World War II. World War II happened, and you had Hitler come to power, and Hitler tried to take over Europe, and by creating this fascistic state. And the problem with Hitler, in a certain sense, is that he was too committed to liberalism. He was too committed to the vision of the founding fathers. In fact, Hitler was explicit. Hitler very openly admired the founding fathers of America. Hitler thought that the founding fathers of America did it the right way. Like, they did it the right way by, establishing this white state, this white ethno-state, being white supremacist and desiring to civilize the barbarians, these non-whites, the natives, subjugating these non-whites. Hitler believed them to be, these are the true liberals. This is how we can achieve higher civilization. This is how you achieve a higher civilization, how you expand the economy, how you create this massive infrastructure that can bring utopia through technology. That was Hitler's vision. He was very committed to liberalism. And then, World War II happens. And when Hitler is defeated, there is an intellectual shift, because you have the American elites, these other elites that are committed to liberalism, realize that, okay, this is a problem. Like, we have to make some changes. Like, we have to reimagine, like, we have to re-understand what liberalism is. It has to be more about individual rights. It can't be about a collective interest, like the white people, white nation. We have to take that component out of liberalism. We have to take we have to take kind of anything that lends itself to a collective identity, whether it's white racial identity or Christian. We have to take that out, because that's going to lead to Hitler. And we don't want another world war. So we have to reframe, we have to reconceptualize liberalism. But that's always been the tension. Like, that's always the conflict at the core. It's like a schizophrenia at the core of liberalism. And, my critique of America or the liberal project is that it's just not sustainable. Like, it's not, it will lead either to, a kind of genocidal white supremacy, or it will lead to a kind of atomization of, a world where people are just plugged into a kind of pleasure machine as individuals, like, just plugged in. You just get a constant drip of entertainment because you're in this virtual reality. Technology has advanced to that level where you can just be plugged in, and this complete control by a centralized authority. Everyone, it's like this kind of Black Mirror dystopia that brought on by technology. Those are the only two paths for liberalism, if liberalism is allowed to proceed. That's the real problem with America, or the concept of America. So I don't think that, as we'll see, I don't think that this is really the critique that Nick Fuentes has or Tucker Carlson have.
So my read on Joe Kent was, he's totally sincere. He, like me, has always been committed to separating out, like, foreign policy views from ethnicity, not because, obviously I'm denounced as an anti-Semite every day. Mm-hmm. So I don't really care what ADL thinks of me, but my Christian faith tells me that there's no such thing as blood guilt. And virtue or sin is not inherited. It's not a feature of DNA. So every person must be assessed individually as God assesses each person individually. And that's like a foundational view. So I always thought it's great to criticize and it's question like our relationship with Israel because it's insane and it hurts us. We get nothing out of it. I completely agree with you there. But the second you're like, well, actually, it's the Jews. First of all, it's against my Christian faith. Like, I just don't believe that and I never will, period. And second, then it becomes a way to discredit. That's when I was like, this guy's a Fed.
Mm-hmm.
I was totally convinced you were a Fed because I was like, here he's bear hugging like the one sincere guy who lost his wife in Syria thanks to the fucking crazy wars, neocon wars. And he's discredited. He's doing the David Duke. Like David Duke would always, every time I rolled out a new show, he would issue an endorsement of the show. I've never met the guy. What's that? Well, it's the Feds. Obviously, he's trying to destroy me by association. Whatever. You see the point?
Yeah, but so let me ask you this. So if I'm supporting Joe Kent, I'm David Duke bear hugging. If I attack Joe Kent, I'm attacking the only sincere America First voices.
I get it. I mean, I do get it. And I just want to say I love Joe Kent. Again, you know, having been denounced by a lot of people I like, I know what that feels like.
Mm-hmm.
So I definitely am sympathetic to that.
Yeah.
I was denounced by someone I like last night. I hurt my feelings. You know what I mean? Whatever. I'm not even going to say what her name is, but I helped her. I liked her. You know, it's like, why are you denouncing me? Why didn't you call me?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I get that. I guess the two problems, but then on the other hand, like one of my favorite people in the world is Glenn Greenwald.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I love Glenn.
Oh, what a good man. Glenn must have spent like 10 years attacking me full time. Tucker Carlson is da-da-da-da-da. And some of his criticism was correct, actually. You know, a tool of the neocons, endorsing these fucking wars. Like, he was right. But he really hated me. And then when we started to agree on stuff, I was like, you know what? It's not about me. I don't care. Like, I don't want personal pique or my hurt feelings to govern my behavior. I guess that's what I'm saying. I'm not lecturing you. I get it. But I feel like, okay, he pissed you off. It's in a campaign. He's got 19 consultants. This kid's a Nazi. Be careful of him. Like, I don't know. Let it go.
Well, and I totally agree with you, by the way. And that's why I don't take it personally at all. Like, and I like you. I've said very positive things about you on my show as well. I
don't care.
And I know, but I mean to say that my goal is America first.
Right.
It's not about me. It's not about my personality. It's about winning for America, you know, and by winning, I mean, we want to see our vision realized. But with Joe, for me, it was very specific that he said inclusive populism. And I really didn't like that because to me, there were a lot of similar phrases at this time, multiracial, working class populism, this kind of stuff. And I said, you know, on some level, we do need to be exclusive, not inclusive. We do need to be right-wing. We do need to be Christian. We do, on some level, need to be pro-white, not to the exclusion of everybody else, but recognizing that white people have a special heritage here as Americans. And so the reason I opposed him in 22 was not because I was mad, but it was to say America First cannot backslide into this kind of inclusive populism message, which I perceive to be more like GOP slop. And I'll tell you, when he ran again in 24, I did not oppose him. I did not oppose him. And I would have supported him if he had reached out or something like that. Because for me, it was very political and professional. I wanted to impose a cost. If you disavow someone because they criticize Israel, if you disavow someone for talking about white people and Christianity, I said, we can't let that slide because, and you understand why he did it. Like I don't, on some level, I don't hold it against him in the sense that there's such a strong incentive. It's easy to say, I disavow all these crazy Christians and all these crazy white nationalists because it buys you wiggle room with people that are attacking you. It's like easy to throw them under the bus and say, I'm one of the good guys. And so I said, it's too easy. We need to push in the other direction and say, you should feel less comfortable saying that people shouldn't talk about their race and religion. Maybe you'll think twice next time. And so I did it for a very specific reason. And
I get that. What I do think is
how can you want to be pro-white, but not in an exclusionary way? That's what he said. So you need to be pro-white, but being pro-white is by its nature exclusionary. So eventually you'll have to own that. You'll have to own being pro-white. And that will have consequences. Like, that will have consequences today. It'll have consequences down the line. And, you know, we should be honest about that. And yeah, it's a meme. It's a meme to accuse the alt-right of being Nazis. And in many ways, that accusation could be construed as unfair, or it's just a way to smear and the opposition, which has good critiques of Jewish power, for example, or the Israeli lobby. But in another sense, it's actually accurate. Like, it's accurate to say that, well, when America has been very pro-white, that has led to genocides. Like, that has led to a lot of death and destruction for non-white people. And that happened in European history as well, like with the latest example being not only World War II, but you can claim that some of the white identitarianism did leak into the post-World War II era with the policies targeting the Muslim world, the post-independence Muslim world. So, yeah, I mean, there are concerns about pro-white policies and a kind of white identitarianism that it can lead. Like, I'm not saying that that's what Nick secretly intends, or any of the people who are pushing a kind of pro-white message or their followers necessarily have that or endorse that. I think they haven't even linked those things. I don't think that's even on their radar. But as a historical fact, like that is a reality. That is something that we have seen historically. That when these nations, European nations, America, when they're most pro-white, they're also the most genocidal. And things can progress in a certain way within society that can lead to that kind of situation. So we should acknowledge that that's the case, you know, just insofar as we're concerned with the truth, or we're concerned about predicting or projecting what the history of these nations are going to be and how society is going to evolve. So shouldn't we talk about this? Like, shouldn't this be like, do you see what I'm saying? Like, yeah, I know that you have some of these Zionists who are playing that card, overusing that card, oh, you're a Nazi, to shut down this kind of discussion. But it's relevant. It's very relevant, especially for Muslims, because we have a lot of Muslims who are big fans of Nick Fuentes, a lot of Muslim groypers. And sometimes I'm seeing these Muslims becoming pro-white, like in a way that you're not white, but you're kind of preferring a kind of white identity, even when you're not white yourself. How does that make sense? And I'm not saying don't support Nick's cause, because I think that there is a lot of benefits that come with the kind of work that Nick does, with the kind of activism that he has, his critique of these powers, this lobby. But you know, what's the rest of the philosophical baggage that's coming with his positions that maybe he himself does not appreciate, or he doesn't think that's important enough to reconcile or to address. And Muslims need to we need to be educated and analytical enough to understand the bigger picture and not be swept up into the current trends that we see in the kind of American political sphere, without having a broader perspective and a deeper knowledge of where these ideas are coming from, their genealogy, their history, and where they could potentially lead.
Bad, just objectively bad and destructive, is the all Jews are guilty, or all anybody is guilty of anything, because that's just like not true. And we don't believe that as Christians. I mean, my hero in life is Paul. guess you call him St. Paul, Saul of Tarsus, a Pharisee,
Yeah.
and meets Jesus and becomes this just incredible man, incredibly brave, smart, loving, like everything you want to be as a man, he was. Jew.
Yeah.
So like, and God did that to him. So it's like, you can't, I think that's and I don't think it's like mushy liberal bullshit, which I hate.
Mhm.
And I hate all the language that you're describing. I get why it offends you because it's code for, I don't really believe what I'm saying.
Right.
I have a PhD in the subject, so I know. But I also think there's like a true, not just principle, but like spiritual reality that we have to defend, which is God created every person as an individual, not as a group. No woman gave birth to a community. Like we hate that kind of thinking,
Yes.
right? Collectivist thinking like that. That's identity politics. That's what Dave Rubin engages in. That's why Dave is like just a child. Like you don't pay any attention to Dave because he's like shallow. But we're not going to be that, right? Or no?
No, I completely agree with you. And, and not to be that guy and
Like, how can you completely agree with him? Like, he just said that collectivism is something that's not American. Collectivism is not American. Now, you can question whether Tucker is accurate about that. I don't think he is. Like I said, the founding fathers were white supremacists. Even Abraham Lincoln, even someone like Abraham Lincoln ultimately did believe that whites were superior, actually. He didn't believe in slavery. He didn't believe in the practice of slavery or the institutions of slavery. But he still believed in the superior intellectual capacity of whites over blacks. Like he was certainly a race realist, and he was a white supremacist. So that kind of collective identity, the white identity, that is a deep part of America's founding and America's history. And it's kind of been whitewashed, or it's kind of been taken off the record, that kind of history, because it's politically incorrect, and it makes America's founding fathers look like Nazis. So that's why the history books have been rewritten to take that stuff out. You have to go like to the more college level, more academic level to get those details, to find those statements, the histories of liberalism. You have to go to those kinds of critiques that now are more coming to light. But the point is that is America and collectivism went hand in hand from the beginning. But Tucker is saying, no, but that's not Christian. That's not Christian, and that's not American. And then Nick is saying, oh, I totally agree with you. But he's going to qualify that now.
say that thing, but like my best friend is a Jewish person. But here's my substantive disagreement, because as a Catholic, I could not agree more with you.
Yes.
In what you're saying. I love all people, even the ones that don't like us. We have to love them all, and we have to recognize that
we're required to.
Yes. And especially Aquinas says the Jews are a witness people. And so they actually have special protections under the law, according to Catholic philosophy. But I guess my substantive disagreement, which I've said on the show also, is the idea that neoconservatism and Israel has nothing to do with Jewishness, Jewish identity, the Jewish religion, because clearly the state of Israel and the neocons are deeply motivated by that ethnic identity, and their allegiance to Israel proceeds from that. You know, the plan of Greater Israel, the blood and soil nationalism of Israel, it stems from this ethno-religion, which is Judaism.
Well, this is, just BLM, the new version. This is identity politics. They're engaging in identity politics. I mean, that's just so obvious to me. But the problem in your response, I get what you're saying, but the problem in your response is it does not apply to every individual.
No, and I would never say that.
Okay. Well, I just think it's important to say that, not to kind of like dodge the accusations against you. My best friends are Jewish. Like, okay, I agree. Embarrassing, even though it's probably true. And it's true in my case, actually. But whatever. But because just that principle that we're all judged as individuals by what we do, that our faith, the decisions that we make, the way we live our lives, and God will judge every one of us in that way. And that's how we're supposed to judge. Like, I think that's true.
Yeah, and I totally agree. But I guess the disagreement is, you say identity politics like it's a bad thing. I think identity is a reality.
Identity is a reality. Absolutely. You just can't have a country of 350 million this diverse where it's just like warring ethnicities, because then it's Rwanda soon. And, the people with the most force just kill the others. So like, you can't have that here, right?
Yeah. But I would say...
Yeah, see, so Tucker is pointing out like the problem with collectivism, at least in the Western history, is that the group with the most power is going to kill everyone, and that has a high potential of being whites. The whites, when they gain power, even if if people who at the beginning of the movement didn't intend that, there can be a kind of fervor that's created and conflict that arises later down the line that requires civil war and killing and even mass extermination. So that's the danger of collectivism that Tucker is pointing out. And this is what many of the post-World War II liberals, in the philosophical sense, that's what they were concerned about. That's why they had to reframe and re-theorize liberalism and move it away, extract the Christian element and extract the white identity element, because they realized that that kind of collectivism is potentially very explosive. So, but he's not exactly putting his finger on that with what Nick is saying when it comes to Jewish collective interests. Because while Nick agrees that, okay, an individual Jew is not to be held accountable or to be held responsible for what other Jews do, still, how do we understand the behavior of Jews as a group? Or any group, any blacks or Muslims or Indians? How do we, is it the case that we can understand them acting according to collective interests? If so, if that's not racist, if that's not illegitimate, then that's an important analysis to do, especially when that affects the future of your country or the current policies of your government. Because you have a collective group that's trying to influence that for the realization of their interests over the interests of others. So that's what Nick is going to respond with, as we'll see, but it doesn't actually address like the bigger contradiction between, like, again, America as being a land of individual liberty and freedom and equality of all, regardless of your racial background or your religious background, versus a kind of more collectivist, pro-white understanding of America, pro-white Christian understanding of America.
Specifically as it pertains to, you, I think, have said it's the neocons, and I think that neoconservatism, where does it arise from? It arises from Jewish leftists who were mugged by reality when they saw the surprise attack in the Yom Kippur War.
Yeah, that's a lot of it for sure. But then, like, how do you explain Mike Huckabee, Ted Cruz, and there are a lot like that, John Bolton. I mean, I've known them all, George W. Bush, like Karl Rove. I mean, all people I know personally who I've seen like be seized by this brain virus, and they're not Jewish. Most of them are self-described Christians, and then the Christian Zionists who are, well, Christian Zionists. Like, what is that?
Right.
And I can just say for myself, I dislike them more than anybody, because like, what? Because it's Christian heresy, and I'm offended by that as a Christian. That's why. So I don't, like, why not? Like, I'm pissed at the neocons, very pissed. I've said that a million times. I've been mad since December of 2003 when I went to Iraq. And so, like, I went and asked straightforward questions to Ted Cruz, because that seemed like he was a sitting senator who's like serving for Israel by his own description. He seemed like a worthy target. I'm not going after MTG, who's like the most sincere like, why not go after Ted Cruz? I don't understand.
Well, again, with Marjorie, I was a friend of hers, and she spoke at my conference, and then the day after, she pretended like she didn't know me. And that was in 2022.
But it's a continuum. Like you said yourself, you showed up in college, like one set of views, they evolve as you interact with reality, as the reality itself changes, as like you learn things, you grow, like whatever, people change.
Well, and look, now that everyone agrees with me, I I will graciously forgive them for being
But why
so
make
hostile.
it personal? Like, who cares?
It's not personal for me. Like with Marjorie, if she wanted to, be aligned or whatever, I would totally be on board with her.
But where do you disagree with her?
I don't know, because
I mean, this is exactly what people will say in the comments. Like, I make a video criticizing these compassionate imams, and so many of the comments are like, well, why don't you call so-and-so personally and work it out? Like, any kind of issues that you have, you can come to an agreement. As if it's like a personal beef, like it's a personal problem that I have with the compassionate imams. Why can't you just work it out? But this is fundamentally misunderstanding the issue. The problem is the positions that they have. They are taking a position that is contrary to Islam, contrary to traditional Islam, Orthodox Islam, and they're not willing to change that or to compromise that. And so we're required to criticize and to critique that on the basis of Islam, on the basis of what the Quran and the Sunnah teach and what the scholars of the Islamic tradition have taught. We're required to do that, especially, if they're recalcitrant, they're unwilling to change. And like I said, I've had a long history with this Dawah mafia, and I've tried to work on the inside to influence them, to teach them the right position, and they did not agree. They rejected that, and then they blackmailed me, and then they started attacking me. They started coming for me. So it's not personal. That's just, I have to continue to agitate against that, and I have to escalate in order to change what's wrong. This is basic amr bil ma'ruf wa nahy anil munkar. And not in the context of Nick Fuentes criticizing Joe Kent or MTG or these purportedly America First politicians, it's not personal either. They're just violating America First. They're violating what he considers to be the core doctrine, the core principle that there cannot be any compromise on, because they're willing to disavow anyone who is a pro-white activist, pro-white figure. They're going to disavow a pro-Christian, an explicitly pro-Christian political voice. They're going to disavow a person who is going to question Jewish power or the influence of Jewish power on American politics. They're going to disavow that. So they are, in their disavowal, they represent that same establishment or the interests of that same establishment that has been so destructive. They are traitors to the America First cause. So how could there be a kind of agreement or alliance or hugging it out with such a figure? No, you'd have to criticize. You have to point out this hypocrisy or this betrayal. And so that's what Nick and his groypers have been involved with this fake conservatism, this fake America First group of politicians and institutions. And, that's the same kind of thing that I've been doing with the fake Orthodox Muslims, the faux Orthodox, the faux traditionalists.
Because I don't know what her new views are. She's really only come around on Israel this year. And I've been talking about this issue for 10 years. And
right, okay. All right, you win. But
no, but it's not like that. It's just, it feels like BS to me that, and I've said this on Twitter the other day, it's like I got treated like I didn't exist.
Right, I get it.
Canceled for 10 years for saying these things. And that's really where all this drama comes from.
I mean, Nick is not explaining it, I think, in the best way here. But I know what he's trying to say. Because it keeps coming, he keeps taking it back to himself. Like, I was canceled for all this time, and they came after me, which is true. Like, but the way that comes off to the audience is that, okay, you have a personal gripe. You have a personal beef. But one thing that he could say to explain it, like, it does matter. It does matter. Okay, because Tucker is saying, well, now someone like MTG or whoever, even himself, Tucker Carlson, now we have the right position. Now we are critical of Israeli influence. Now we are America first. So why do you still have a problem? Why do you still have a problem? And I get this point is made to me as well. Like, why are you criticizing someone like Omar Suleiman or Yaqeen Institute or whoever? They came out and they said that, well, no, Muslims can't support LGBT rights. Muslims can't support LGBT rights. He came out, Omar Suleiman came out finally and expressed that after, years of not saying that, number one, and promoting and platforming articles and material on his institute's website telling Muslims to support gay marriage, to support LGBT rights, to ally with LGBT groups and feminist groups and the Women's March and Linda Sarsour. Like, after years of platforming and pushing all of that material and those positions, okay, now you've supposedly changed. Okay, you claim that you no longer you claim the right positions on some of those issues. But my problem is twofold. First of all, have your actual principles changed? Have the deeper principles changed now? Are you now understanding the deeper problem with liberalism and feminism? Or are you only saying what is going to get people off your back? You're only saying the minimal amount of thing that is needed to get people off your back, because Daniel made a video saying that, look at all this LGBT promotion coming from Yaqeen Institute, Omar Suleiman, and the Dawah Mafia and the Compassionate Imams. Because of that heat, after years, now you just are conceding like the most obvious things, like, no, Muslims shouldn't support gay marriage, and Muslims shouldn't like ally with LGBT groups, even though you have a long history of doing exactly that. Like, is that have you actually changed the deeper principles? Don't know, because you're not saying that. You're not admitting that. That's number one. Okay. Number two, there's no accountability. There's no accountability because you're now stating your current position as if that's always been your position, but it hasn't been. You've been opposed to this position that you have now. The position that you have now that, yeah, Muslims can't support LGBT rights and Muslims can't ally with LGBT groups. You're stating that as if that's always been your position, when it hasn't been. You've been opposed to me, who stated that should be your position. You've been opposing and attacking me and blacklisting me and blocking me. And now you're stating it as if that's been your entire position. So there's no accountability. You have not faced any consequences for pushing the wrong thing, like something that has been completely contrary to Islam. You face no accountability for that. You face no consequences for that, and that's bad, because that means tomorrow, when you push the next liberal feminist slop, the next thing on the political agenda that will to manipulate the Muslim community. People are not going to, the people that you duped before are not going to be suspicious of that new message, that new slop. You haven't lost your credibility in the way that you should. So that's the problem. Like, that's why you can't let it go. That's why Nick should not let it go, that these people were pushing, something so harmful to what he is dedicated to and what his audience is dedicated to and what many Americans are dedicated to, which is an America first position. And that kind of betrayal, unless there's accountability, unless there's a mea culpa, and maybe Tucker has been doing that or is willing to do that to some extent, and has apologized to some extent and criticizes his past self to some extent, but are others willing to do that? Has Omar Suleiman barely even apologized for his participation in like the migrant march and the water ritual. And I analyzed his so-called apology in the past. Like, he takes no accountability. He just blames others. He says he was duped. He was duped, and if you were duped, then why did you come up blasting me? Like, why did you and your network come and blast Daniel as a liar and smeared me as a liar? If you really had that kind of feeling of guilt or shame, why did you come and attack me? And only after I released the video showing that what you were actually doing, and then it became undeniable, then you kind of put out this half-hearted non-apology that was just about blaming others for what you clearly knew was taking place and you had participated in before multiple times. Like that, it wasn't just one water ritual that Omar Suleiman had been doing. Actually, there were multiple water rituals and other kinds of practices that he was doing, Linda Sarsour was doing. So, yeah, accountability is important. Otherwise, how are we going to move on? Like, how are we going to grow? How are we going to avoid like these same mistakes and falling into the same traps? And what the compassionate imams want after they've lost, they want you to just forget and move on. Just forget and move on so that they can maintain power and not have to concede anything in the future. And, you know, that's something that has to be resisted.
A time when there was this intense censorship and nobody was on board with this stuff. Like, again, Marjorie, she fired, one of my people was working in her office. She fired that guy because someone found out that a groyper was working in her office. And, you know, that guy got his life ruined. And she pretended like she didn't know me and lied and said, I had no idea the conference I was speaking at. She knew exactly what it was. And that's fine. But now that she's on the same page, there's like this expectation like, okay, well, you know, why did you have a problem with her in the past? It's like, because she was on the other team in the past.
Yeah, well, so was everybody.
Yeah,
I mean,
so now
so were you.
Yeah,
I mean,
well,
so what? I mean, what? Why not? You want? It's got to be bigger than just like us, right? And it's not.
Yeah, it's bigger than us. Like, just ignore our history. Just ignore our history of betraying, you know, the values that we purported to uphold. Just move on.
I don't think, well, I'll speak for myself. I don't feel like I'm at war with the neocons or Israel. It's much bigger than that. It's like you want to restore America to a place where your grandchildren would enjoy growing up. That's it.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, and as far as Marjorie.
So it's not who cares. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
Okay, lots of people hurt if Dave Rubin called me tonight, which he would never do, though he has my cell, and said, you know, I'm really sorry I called you Hitler. Like, I didn't mean it. You're raising lots of legitimate questions, which I think I sort of agree with or am thinking about in a deeper way. I'd be like, great.
Yeah.
Like, well, I don't care.
And look.
It's really important for Tucker Carlson to get the audience that Nick is leading, to get his followers to accept these figures who for years, for decades, were in the Zionist establishment, who were neocons, who were promoting neoconservatism, who were promoting this kind of Israel is our greatest ally. We need to go to war with them. We need to go and commit all these war crimes and atrocities and do this kind of nation building exercise for their sake. Nick's audience and this upcoming generation needs to forgive. And I think that's what's going on here. Like, the establishment and Tucker as a representative of this deeper establishment. Maybe he has those connections with the CIA. He has these deeper connections with the deep state. They recognize that, okay, this new up and coming generation, we need them to support us. Like, we need them to not hold us accountable or to put us in jail or to consider us to be persona non grata. We need to have them backing us. And so you have to kind of overlook, forgive and forget. Let's just move on. So that's because I'm wondering, why is Tucker like making this such a big deal with Nick? And Nick is kind of pushing back. He's kind of resisting. I think that's the Tucker wants to have the support of the Groypers, and he sees this kind of swell in support for not only Nick Fuentes, but Nick Fuentes' perspective. And that's a danger to him. That's a danger to him. It's a danger to all of the politicians and the media figures that were a part of that establishment. If things change tomorrow or in 5 years or 10 years, they don't want to be held accountable for the part that they played in upholding this kind of neoconservative foreign policy or this Zionist-controlled media environment, the censorship, the political persecution. They don't want that. They don't want to be held accountable for that.
Tucker, that's why I'm sitting here, you know?
Right.
I mean, because we had a contentious dialogue.
Well, I
for
thought
a
you
long
were
time.
a Fed. I
thought you were a Fed.
I was a Fed.
Yeah.
I'm not a Fed. But whatever. I don't care what people
Yeah,
think.
we showed each other a badge as we know well.
No, but I thought you were a Fed because I was like, why not? It's not cucking to say you're not talking about all Jews when you oppose a foreign policy position. It's not. There's nothing liberal about that. It's just true. That's the Christian position.
Mhm.
Okay. And two, why are you attacking like the best people and not the worst people?
Well, yeah, I mean, again, he disavowed me for my views on Israel and said I talk too much about white people and Christianity. And to me,
Right.
that's like a sincere ideological disagreement.
I get it.
And, you know, same thing with Marjorie. Marjorie fired my guy. She disavowed me. And, you know, and you worked with Blumenthal on that article, but you called me on the phone and we talked.
I
and
mean,
we
I
settled
was
it.
like, what? From my perspective, I mean, this is all so stupid and inside baseball and whatever, but
By the way, I think it's plausible that Tucker Carlson is a Fed. I don't think it's plausible that Nick Fuentes is a Fed. Like, that's not plausible at all. Like, because the thing about being a Fed or being like propped up by the deep state or by these political actors, you have to be propped up. You can't be banned off of everything and have your credit card processing shut down. And like, that's not the whole point of controlled opposition, is that you're promoted. You have to be promoted and you're given the platform, and that's how you're drawing a larger and larger audience, because that's who needs to be controlled. It's that audience that you attract that is going to be controlled with your kind of controlled opposition views that are coming from the deep state. That's the whole point of controlled opposition. But Nick was banned. He was being snuffed out. Just across the board. He was put on a no-fly list. Like, what kind of no controlled opposition is banned from flying? So it makes no sense for Nick to be a Fed. It's not plausible at all. But it is very plausible that Tucker Carlson, with his father being a very important figure in the CIA and his whole life being within the halls of power and continuing to have like access to world leaders and all of this influence, it's plausible that Tucker Carlson is representing or connected to this kind of establishment. And like I said, like, it's also possible that there are figures within this establishment that are now going to be more opposed for the interests of American hegemony to just unbridled Jewish control and support for Israel. So just because Tucker Carlson is going against Israel and he's talking about AIPAC registering as a foreign lobby, that doesn't mean that he's less connected to the deep state or less supportive of deep state interests.
For the record, I was like, first of all, who is this kid? I'm working at Fox News. I'm aware there's an internet, but I'm more out of it than you may appreciate. And I'm like, out of nowhere, attacking this one. I had Joe Kent here to my house and did this interview with him. And I'm always in search of a sincere politician. Don't have to agree on everything, but I really believe sincerity is the whole game. If someone's heart is pure, he will be brave. I always have thought that, and it's turned out to be true. Marjorie's a perfect example. And that's all that matters. If you're afraid inside, if you're weak inside, you will crumble when it matters. So I really felt like, wow, Joe, don't agree with him on everything, of course, but I was like, this guy is really sincere. He's like a good person. And then you show up and you're like, he's a CIA officer and he was a CIA contractor, but like really like crush the guy. And it's like, why, of all people, you agree on 90% of stuff? That was my view. And I was like, well, clearly this kid's a Fed.
Right. But you didn't know the whole story.
I didn't. You're absolutely right.
And look, and now that, and I'm not trying to be combative. I think
Go ahead. You're not going to hurt my feelings.
Here's what I'm trying to say is, now that Marjorie is pushing in the right direction, I absolutely support everything she's saying. And I've not been critical of her at all this year.
Yeah.
Because I think that what she's doing is extremely courageous. And I think you're right. She is sincere.
So it sounds like you're, not to put words in your mouth, but you're just your life experience has left you so stung by the Republican establishment, you don't trust anybody, it sounds like.
Well, no, I mean, these people attacked me when the rules.
See, it keeps bringing up like that kind of analysis. Like you just have a personal problem, like you've just been battered and bruised. And so this is about a personal grudge. Like he just keeps repeating that, regardless of what Nick has said. And by the way, I find it implausible that he didn't know the whole story with Joe Kent. He didn't, like, what did Nick reveal in this that wasn't obvious or wasn't apparent if you were involved with Joe Kent? Like Joe Kent, as he said, came out and expressed his support for Israel and disavowed Nick. And isn't it obvious to any objective person that, well, clearly there's going to be Nick is going to have a problem with that, and his Groypers are going to be a problem with that. The whole point of the Groyper movement is to take conservatism away from this relationship with Israel and the Zionists. So obviously that was going to be a point of contention and conflict when Joe Kent comes and specifically disavows Nick for that reason, for lack of support of Israel. So like, what was like the insider information that Nick revealed that Tucker didn't know about? So that's not very plausible.
Were different, and now they got better, and now I'm good with them. I mean, I'm willing to be good with them, but I think that I don't know if Marjorie still has a problem with me or not.
I don't know. I do know, though, and this is the last criticism I will level, and it's maybe not even your fault, but I do know that, the coordinated attacks against totally reasonable questions about what's in America's interest and what's not, those are all coordinated by the Israeli government. It's all come to light now. And they're against me. I've always thought I have the world's most moderate position on Israel. Don't hate Israel. Just don't want to get involved in their wars. Don't want to pay for this. Don't want to pay for abortion on demand in a foreign country. Sorry. When we're cutting food stamps on our own, like, this is outrageous. It's not America first. That's my view. I'm not embarrassed of it at all. They are totally determined to take me out, I think because I'm reasonable. Who would disagree with that? And call me all these names, the most dangerous anti-Semite. I'm not even an anti-Semite. And they're not doing that to you because, this is my view, and this is not necessarily your fault, but because they're like, Fuentes discredits the reasonable people because he's always banging on about the Jews. And so he makes everyone else look like a Nazi. And so it's like he's playing a pretty valuable role in the same way that Israel has always funded extremism throughout the Middle East, including Hamas, because it discredits the reasonable people. That's a fact.
Yeah. I would just say I disagree. I mean, because you said the other day, they like me. I don't know what you're talking about when you say that, because
I don't know.
Let me just kind of rebut that.
Well, by the way, I'm not saying you have anything to do with this. I'm just saying I've noticed the phenomenon.
Totally. And I just reject that because they have been messing with me for my entire adult life. I mean,
the ADL.
The ADL got me banned on YouTube. The SPLC posted my house on their website.
What do you mean posted your house?
They posted a photo of my house on their website.
How can they do that?
I guess that's a free speech thing.
The SPLC posted a picture of your house on their website?
Yes.
When?
In 2022.
Actually?
Yes, they wrote an article. They said Nick Fuentes bought a building in this city, and they said we interviewed his neighbors and property records reveal this and that. And on the front page, the picture for the article is my house where I live.
That's crazy. And then someone showed up with a gun and tried to kill you at that house?
Yes.
This is what the liberal Muslims do as well, by the way. The liberal Muslims who are so supportive of the simp imams, compassionate imams, they dox me all the time. They dox me. Then next were the Madkhalis, the Wahhabis. Currently, they dox me. They go after my family. This is like a similar tactic that these groups all use. Again, because they can't really silence you, they can't debate you, they can't really defeat your ideas. They have to personally attack you. They have to make trouble for you legally, try to put you in danger by posting your address, pictures of your house. Literally, there was a Yaqeen, a Yaqeen fellow, literally at Yaqeen, who posted pictures of my house online. Because we have to silence, we have to get rid of Daniel, this fitna. So here's his house. So yeah, I mean, this is universal tactics.
So that's why I say, you say, well, they're not doing this to you. It's like the ZOA, the SPLC, the ADL, the Daily Wire. All these groups have been on me for years. So that's news to me if they're really endorsing my activities.
It could just be my perception. But I guess what I'm saying is, as someone who thinks his own views are like completely reasonable, pass every smell test, you could x-ray my soul. I don't think there's a lot of hate in there. And to the extent that they do make me feel hateful, the people who attack me, I do like say prayers about it. We're not allowed to hate people as we forgive those who trespass against us. That's like our core prayer. So I just feel like it's I don't know. Am I being paranoid? I feel like going on about the Jews like helps the neocons. That's
well,
what
about my views do you think are unreasonable if yours are reasonable?
I think, again, I don't think it's cucky. I think it's reality to say that guilt is not inherited. Blood guilt is bad. One of the reasons that I'm mad about Gaza is because the Israeli position is everyone who lives in Gaza is a terrorist because of how they were born, including the women and the children. That's not a Western view. That's an Eastern view. That's a non-Christian. That's totally incompatible with Christianity and Western civilization. They say, oh, we're the defenders of Western civilization. Not with that attitude. You're not. Collective punishment is the enemy of Western civilization.
Yeah.
And so
he's correct that this kind of idea of depending on who you are when you're born, you have this kind of you are categorized according to how you're born. So this is something found in Judaism. You're either a Jew or a Gentile, and it's the Jews by virtue of their race, by virtue of how they were born, that they're the chosen of God. So even if you're an atheist Jew and you reject God, you're still more beloved to God than the entire universe. That is the Jewish belief. Hinduism also has this kind of belief that in reincarnation. So if you are born as a Dalit, or you're born in this untouchable caste, or one of these other lower castes, then that's what you deserve. Like, you deserve to be oppressed, you deserve to be beaten or even killed, because that's how you were born. You were born into that caste, and it's based off of your previous life and what you did in your previous life before you're reincarnated. And the fact that you were born into poverty or oppression, you deserve that. You deserve to be treated like trash and to be oppressed. So the two religions actually that have this are Judaism and Hinduism. Christianity is different, and Islam is different. Islam also does not believe in collective guilt, a collective burden. The only thing that you could add is that Christianity does believe in original sin. So people are born with this kind of burden of sin on the basis of what their father allegedly did, with what their ancestors originally did. That is a Christian idea of original sin that we don't have in Islam. So, Islam is really the consistent religion on this question of, are people born with this kind of burden? Whereas in Islam, it's explicitly rejected. Like, you're sinless when you're born, and you don't carry the burden of anyone else, and you can't be punished on a collective basis. It's ultimately on the basis of your belief that you're judged, your piety that you're judged, and that's an individual thing. So, but we're going to talk about Christian love in a second, but they keep talking about, oh, we love everyone, and Christianity is about just you forgive your enemies and you just love. And this is an incoherent concept. This is incoherent. And how are you going to reconcile that with like the American project or American interest or American foreign policy, right? And we pointed out that there is this contradiction in the idea of freedom and equality being promoted at the founding of America by literal white supremacists and imposing this kind of colonial project around the world, and this authoritarian system, in order to spread democracy, you spread freedom and equality through oppression, through authoritarianism, That's the history of the liberal project, the Enlightenment liberal project. So there's a deep contradiction there. But there is a deep contradiction as well in the idea of Christian love. Christian love, and as the Muslims say, there is no hate like Christian love. The Christians engaged in crusades. They engaged in all kinds of warfare. They engaged in conquest. And that's love, apparently. That's love. Okay, well, at what point can we really say where, this love, this Christian love, is different from the kind of hate or the kind of aggression and belligerence that every other religion has or every other group practices? Is there any difference there? So it seems like you're just using this love in a very unconventional way. Like, oh, we love you and we're going to kill you and we're going to take your land and we're going to take, So, and then in terms of foreign policy, like when you're banging on about American power and American hegemony, and we're just going to take stuff, we're just going to force, other countries like Venezuela and just take their stuff by force and subjugate them so that they're under the boot of American power. And, but we love everyone. we just love those Venezuelans. We love, all these countries that we're going to subject to our power. So it's like, what is it? Is it like a Nietzschean will to power, or is it Christian love? Like, and do you understand the contradiction there? Like Nietzsche is one of the biggest critics of the Christian religion, and what, in the genealogy of morals, what Friedrich Nietzsche says, this early 20th century philosopher who arguably many argue that he inspired Nazism and fascism. And he has this critique of Christianity. He says that this is an ideology, this is a morality of the weak. The idea of loving the people that are your enemies, loving the people that are harming you. Like, this is an ideology of the weak, and it's hypocritical. It's hypocrisy. And he's also attacking Jews, and he's saying that this is coming from Judaism. Christianity is an outgrowth of Judaism. And they have this kind of hypocrisy where they claim that, we just love everyone, but really you hate and you despise those who are powerful. You despise those who are rich and the elite. And you have created a moral system, a moral framework where the more meek you are and the weaker you are and the poorer you are, the more virtuous that is. Whereas having power and having wealth, that's actually a sign of evil. That is actually the mark of evil. So you've actually inverted the traditional morality, which places, the elites with their wealth and their power at the top as the most virtuous, the most moral, and you've inverted that. And this is kind of a revolution against morality. So this is the Nietzschean critique, and what Nietzsche is putting his finger on is this contradiction between Christian love. But it's a Christian love that also wants to dominate and conquer and subjugate and just take whatever you want. How does that make any sense?
Hate that attitude. It's genocidal. The current claims that I'm a cancer, from Ben Shapiro or whatever, we need to be excised from the body of conservatism, is a genocidal position that it basically encourages violence, as they well know. The whole thing I hate. Mm-hmm. So like anytime you say a whole group of people is responsible for the sins of some of its members, like I'm out.
Yeah, but that's not my view.
It's not. Okay. So tell me your views. Like, rather than, you're one of those people, one of the reasons I wanted to meet you is you're one of those people who is defined by clips.
Yes.
And I'm one of those people also.
Yes.
Right? So I get it. So I'm going to just shut up and you tell me what you actually believe.
Yeah. Well, and listen, and I appreciate you saying that, because that's just a reality of the media environment we're in. So I don't expect you to know all my views, but as far as the Jews are concerned, I think that, like I said, you cannot actually divorce Israel and the neocons and all of those things that you talk about from Jewishness, ethnicity, religion, identity. And let me give you like a perfect example. So you say on your show that we need to treat Israel like any other country. And I sort of understand that in principle, because Israel is another foreign country.
Yeah.
But Israel is unlike every other country in the sense that because the Jewish people are in a diaspora all over the world, they're significant numbers of Jews in Europe, but also in the United States. And because of their unique heritage and story, which is that they're a stateless people, they're unassimilable, they resist assimilation for thousands of years. And I think that's a good thing. And now they have this territory in Israel. There's a deep religious affection for the state. It's bound up in their identity, the story of the Exodus from Egypt, the promise of the land, all these things. So let's say in the United States, for example, somebody like a Sheldon Adelson, he's not Israeli. Is he an ideological neocon? Does he believe in the promise of democratic globalism? I don't think necessarily. His heart is in Israel. And it's because he is a proud Jewish person. And I guess what I'm saying is that if you are a Jewish person in America, you're sort of, and again, it's not because they're born, but it's sort of a rational self-interest politically to say, I'm a minority. I'm a religious ethnic minority. This is not really my home. My ancestral home is in Israel. There's like a natural affinity that Jews have for Israel. And I would say on top of that, for the international Jewish community. They're extremely organized. And many of them are critical of Israel or Israel's current government or the project of Israel. But I guess what they have in common, unlike, let's say, like Singapore, for example, is that they have this international community across borders, extremely organized, that is putting the interests of themselves before the interests of their home country. And there's no other country that has a similar arrangement like that. No other country has a strong identity like that, this religious blood and soil conviction, this history of being in the diaspora, stateless, wandering, persecuted, and in particular, the historic animosity between the Jewish people and the Europeans. They hate the Romans because the Romans destroyed the temple. That's why Eric Weinstein goes to the Arch of Titus and gives it the finger and takes a picture. We don't think like that as Americans and white people. We don't think about the Roman Empire in 2,000 years ago. They do. And so I guess that's really, and I don't think that's me saying the Jews, the Jews, the Jews. I don't think that's me being hateful. I don't think that's me being collectivist. I think that's understanding that identity politics, whether you love it or hate it, whatever you feel about it, it's a reality that we live in a world of Jews and Christians, of whites and blacks. These identities mean something to us and they mean things to each other, and we can't sort of wish them away. And it feels like white people and Christians are the only ones that do that.
There's no question about that.
He's not exactly correct that it's not biological. In-group preference is biological. Like every human being has an in-group preference. And a preference for people who look like you, people who are biologically related to you, genetically related to you. You have a natural preference. People have a natural preference, and that does have a biological basis. And you can say that certain groups have a higher in-group preference than others. And Jews are one example of, just because of cultural evolution over time, over the past 3,000 years, they have developed more and more of a in-group preference, just because of the kind of history that they've had. That they have more of an in-group preference than, say, whites, or say like Arabs, for example. So that's not exactly accurate. I know he's saying that even if we put that aside, even if we forget about whether there's like a race realist position on the in-group preference of Jews versus others, they have a rational reason. Like, they're just operating rationally, looking at the situation in the societies in which they live and recognizing that they're vulnerable. Like, as a minority, where they are successful, they are able to acquire wealth through, let's say, technology, because they are better at doing math and science, and they are better at doing banking because of their ability to do math better than others. They are acquiring all this wealth, and then that can create racial animosity. The majority is going to start potentially being resentful of the fact that this minority, this non-white minority, is gaining money and gaining power, and there might be a backlash that could end up severely harming, damaging this minority. So that minority is going to want to push a kind of a policy of liberalism in the sense of being anti-collectivism. We shouldn't be collectivists. We shouldn't think about our group as having a collective identity, like white identity. That is going to threaten them as a minority. We need to advocate for diversity. We need to advocate for individualism. We need to advocate for equality of all. Don't think of us as being a group acting in our interests. That's anti-Semitic. So it's in their interest to push that kind of policy or that kind of philosophy or ideology. And this is something that Nick Fuentes himself will talk about at length, and others. Like Nick Fuentes isn't like inventing this. I'm not inventing it. Like there are people who have theorized this and written about this in great depth. You can look throughout history, but one of the, like even someone like Martin Luther, the founder of Protestantism, has written about this over 400 years ago. But more recently, like the views of Kevin MacDonald, for example. Kevin MacDonald, who has also been banned from everything, and he has this whole series talking about this topic. So he wrote A People That Shall Dwell Alone, Judaism as a Group Evolutionary Strategy with Diaspora Peoples. That was his first book. A lot of what Nick Fuentes talks about is coming straight from that, or Separation and Its Discontents Towards an Evolutionary Theory of Anti-Semitism. And then the third in the trilogy, what he's most known for, A Culture of Critique, an evolutionary analysis of Jewish involvement in 20th century intellectual and political movements. So this is a critique of Jewish collectivism. It's branded as complete anti-Semitism. It's banned. It's not going to be sold. You can read all these online, of course, on Internet Archive, for example. But this is what a lot of the criticisms that Nick is bringing up with Jewish power. These ideas are found in works like those of Kevin MacDonald. But yeah, so let's see what else he says on this. And I'm just going to try to, we won't go through the whole interview. We're just going to go through the next 7 minutes. And then at the end, he talks about marriage. I'm going to comment on that as well. So let's just finish.
That, your last point, for sure. One of the reasons they do that is because they've been taught to hate themselves, of course, since the Second World War. Another reason is, however, the reality of a multi-ethnic country requires you to sort of set aside community or group interests in favor of corporate interests, universal interests, national interests. And you have to do that or else it doesn't work. And so, I agree those attitudes. I mean, certainly in other parts of the world, people think this way, but you can't have that here. And so it's just important to remind everybody that, things may be generally true, but again, they're not always true. And there are people who just strongly disagree. And by the way, in the specific case of Israel, there are a ton of Orthodox who I know who are opposed to the state of Israel. They're more Jewish than Dave Rubin, a lot more. And yet they oppose it. Jeff Sachs is like a wonderful man, who's Jewish, the most articulate kind of critic of the state of Israel that I'm aware of. So I don't know, that's just meaningful. You can't, if everything is inherited, then there's no hope for the continuation of America. Mm-hmm. Do you see that?
Yeah, I don't think it's genetically inherited. And what you're saying about putting aside the tribal interest for the corporate interest, that's absolutely the case. And that's the only way the country's going to stay together.
Exactly. That's my concern.
And I absolutely...
How does that make sense? Because if you're going to prioritize white identity, that's not universal. That is collectivist. So this seems to be like a contradiction. I'm not following. If you are recognizing the importance of these kinds of universal values of freedom and equality applied to all, regardless of your identity, a racial identity or religious identity, well, that's just individualism. That's liberal individualism that Tucker represents, that the establishment represents. And that's your ideal. Is your critique that, well, Jews are violating that? Jews are not on board with that. Okay, that's a critique. Like you can say that Sheldon Adelson, Bill Ackman, Josh Hammer, whoever, Mark Levin, they're not on board with that. Ben Shapiro, they're not on board with that. They are still acting collectively for their own interests, and they need to adopt this kind of perspective of universality, individual rights, that Tucker is promoting. Like, okay, that is a critique that Tucker will be on board with. Tucker will completely agree with that. He has to agree with that to be consistent. But Nick is going beyond that. Or in other places, he's going beyond that because he's saying, no, we need a pro-white. We need pro-white collectivism. So wouldn't that generate other problems that Tucker is bemoaning? That Tucker is sees as leading to a situation where you do have a Rwanda, or do you have like the powerful people like killing the non-whites? So Nick is not challenging that, or he's not like appreciating the contradiction there.
I agree with you. I would say though that the main challenge to that, a big challenge to that, is organized Jewry in America. I don't think Bill Ackman is capable of that. I don't think Sheldon Adelson is capable of that. I don't think Yoram Hazony is capable of that, for that matter. And many other, on the right and the left. And I see Jewishness as the common denominator. And you're right. It's not.
But are you capable of that? Like, how are you capable of that vision? Like, you're explicitly rejecting that kind of vision of universalism, liberal equality. So
not all Jewish people feel the same way. No one would say that, but that does seem to be the common denominator. And I just feel like it needs to be called out explicitly. And I like what you said. If the other day, if you're serving in another country's military or have dual citizenship, you really can't be a part of this project.
Well, that's an easy one. But I am much more comfortable as a Christian and an American keeping it on that level, because it's easy to just set universal rules that apply to everyone, not just the Jews or the Christians or the anybody. Just like Americans can only serve in the U.S. military, or they lose their passport. I mean, I don't know. That's not hard. And I don't know. Why not just say that?
Say what?
That. Why not make every statement about how Americans ought to behave applicable to all Americans? Like, it's the defense of universal values that will hold the country together, and the emphasis on parochial group values that will break it apart inevitably.
Because this is a particular issue, and it's acute. Like I said, I think they are unique in that way. I think that's a unique issue, especially in the Republican Party, especially in the conservative scene. So
how would you like this all to be resolved?
What I would like is for the U.S. government to not be influenced by these kinds of foreign allegiances, not with money that comes from, American citizens like Sheldon Adelson, not from foreign lobbyists. So, I mean, in terms of tangible things, I don't think we disagree on any of it. Like registering AIPAC and FARA, banning dual citizenship. Like, I'm basically in agreement.
I think 80% of the public agrees with those things. So that's kind of what...
What about nepotism? Like, what about the fact that you have certain ethnic groups that will exclusively promote their own ethnic group? And it creates a situation where those industries are dominated by one ethnic group because they've just constantly been promoting themselves. And, how is it the case that out of 8 Ivy League schools, 5 out of the 8 currently, and in the past it was even more, like 6 out of the 8 had Jewish presidents? And what about the faculty at many of these elite universities? Like, what is the percentage of Jewish faculty members, tenured Jewish faculty members? And is it really proportional to the population? And I pointed out this contradiction where when it comes to Jewish success, it's attributed to their higher IQ. Like, oh, they just biologically have higher IQ. So suddenly we're race realists when we talk about Jewish success and Jewish overrepresentation in these elite institutions, over the media, in the government, over financial institutions, when it comes to billionaires. Now we're race realists when we talk about Jewish success. They're just smarter than the rest of us. But in other situations with other races, no, everyone's equal. Everyone has the same potential. But in reality, like the way to explain part of the explanation is nepotism. It's just promoting from within your own group. And that's clearly a problem. Like that's clear. If you're going to be dedicated, as they claim to be, as Tucker claims to be, to, you know, a meritocracy, or everyone gets equal opportunity, everyone has equal rights, you can't have a nepotistic system where you're just promoting from your own tribe. So that's something that they didn't get into.
Gets me a little bit annoyed. It's like, these are like America First, the concept. It's the most popular, self-evidently true idea you could have. Like, don't let foreign powers, especially tiny ones far away, control your country. Like, of course not. Everyone agrees with that on both sides.
Yeah.
So
what are agreeing, like, what if it's not foreign? What if it's like a domestic element, like one particular tribe controlling the country, one particular tribe? Okay, so you have a problem if it's a minority, like if it's a Jewish minority or a Hindu minority or a Muslim minority. Like, this is what Matt Walsh and a lot of these Zionists are now blasting with this new media campaign, that we have a problem with Muslims taking over the country. We have a problem with Zohran Mamdani being the mayor of New York City. Like, the Muslims are taking over. Even though they're American Muslims, this is a problem. This is a problem because they're not us. They're not American. We have a problem with them taking over. Okay, well then, if you have a problem with that, you have a problem with whites as a one tribe taking over the country. Presumably, Tucker would also be against that. But doesn't that isn't that a substantive conflict with Nick's position? They're not. It's weird that they're not addressing that.
the trick is not to let that idea get subverted. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and I think we agree on that.
But it's subverted when they're like, that's hate. No, that's hate. It's not hate.
Yeah. Well, and, here's what I will say. I think that there is increasingly a contingent, because what you're talking about exists. When you say that there are people that legitimately detract from this, there is legitimate racial hatred out there.
Big time.
And it's growing. And
I know.
People on our side are afraid to talk about it because they know, like you said, they're going to get called a cuck or a squish or whatever. And I agree with you. The people that are detracting from that need to be called out. And I think there should be no harbor for cruelty, hatred, prejudice, those kinds of things.
And some of them, I'm sorry to be a conspiracy nut. I really try not to be a conspiracy nut because it's embarrassing, But after January 6th and just finding out the number of FBI personnel in the crowd, it's like, and I've just seen this. David Duke is a great example. Some of these are the Charlottesville rally.
Mm-hmm, yeah.
Had a bunch of feds there being like, we're white supremacists. We hate the blacks, using the N-word, whatever. It's like, that's not real. Like, there is some of that going on. Don't you think?
I think that there's a lot of sincere people.
Well, for sure. Oh, I completely agree.
And they're just numbskulls, and some of them are legitimately, they see the opening, that there's legitimate critique of this, and they see an opening to air out their grievances. They get a license they think it's okay now. And I do think it's important to differentiate and say that fundamentally, I guess the word that I would use, I've been thinking about this a lot lately, is reassurance, because I think there's a legitimate, there is a legitimate need to reassure people. And this is kind of what I've been doing on these podcasts, that we don't want to harm anybody. We don't want to kill anybody. We don't want to harm anybody. Right. We just want to put America first. And I guess, to the extent that I've been taken out of context over the years or things like that, I'm trying to set the record straight and say, and I appreciate you've given me this opportunity. These are my real views. I'm not one of those haters, let's say.
Yeah, well, I think people should be allowed.
You are going to harm people. Like, if you're exclusionary, you are harming them. They're in a position now that they have, and you don't want them to have that position in favor of your vision of America. So there is harm that's coming. Like, let's not be naive about it. And certainly people are going to be harmed when you have this kind of America first foreign policy and you believe that America should just force its will onto the rest of the world. Like, clearly that's going to come with harm to others for your benefit, for your interests. If you're going to have a pro-white ethos to your movement, that's exclusionary by your own definition, by your own explicit admission. So clearly that has consequences, harmful consequences for the out group. So this is like doublespeak. Like, this is doublespeak. It's not consistent. And I don't think he's deliberately trying to be duplicitous or to deceive anyone. I just think that these contradictions are inherent to America. It's inherent to liberalism. It's inherent to Christianity. It's inherent in Christianity itself. And this is also why I think that Islam is superior to Christianity. I think Islam's vision for life and for government and for society is superior to what liberalism has produced, what the Western tradition has produced, what the American tradition has produced. Islam is superior. It's at least honest. You know, Muslims don't double speak like this, talking about we don't want to harm anyone. And we just want to, we just want to love everyone. We want to love our enemies. Just universal love. Like Muslims, because they're aping Christians, like talk about, oh, we're a religion of peace. Like, yeah, that kind of propaganda has been deployed within a Christian context because that's the kind of nonsense that appeals to that people committed to that ideology. But Muslims traditionally have been very honest, like what the religion is about, what it requires. Yes, religion is that violence is a part of religion. Violence in the sense that if you want to establish a political system that is devoted to God, that is going to establish truth and justice, well, that requires violence by its very nature. Governance by its very nature requires violence. Establishing justice requires violence. And violence and hatred is a part of human morality. Islam recognizes this. Islam says that you love for the sake of God, for the sake of Allah, but you should also hate for the sake of God. You should also hate for the sake of Allah, because we hate injustice. We hate things that are ugly and disgusting and that go against God's will. We hate that, and that is required for you to be a servant, a slave of God, like to be a righteous person. So Islam is honest and acknowledges that kind of reality. But when it comes to Christianity, when it comes to liberalism, they kind of have to have this schizophrenic attitude towards it, or this kind of cognitive dissonance. And, we criticize them for that. And we present Islam as a more intellectually honest, consistent alternative. So, that's like the most substantive part of the discussion that they had. Now let's go to where they talk about feminism, because I thought this was pretty funny and insightful, some of these comments. So let me just pull it up.
You tell me, why aren't people married?
Well,
you tell me, why aren't people married? What's the marriage crisis, basically, is asking Nick.
I mean, honestly, it's the women. The women are extremely liberal. No one talks about that. Increasingly they do, especially after the last election. There's a 45-point difference between men and women. The men are extremely conservative, increasingly. The women are extremely liberal.
What are they liberal on? What issues? Like, what does that mean, liberal?
Oh, they're very feminist.
Like, actually?
Extremely feminist, yes.
They don't believe that, do they?
I think they do.
Really?
Absolutely,
yes. How could you believe that? I think gender roles are a construct, that none of this is inborn. Like, you'd have to be an idiot to think that.
They like the idea of it. They like because of course I think all women naturally want strong men.
Of course, obviously.
They naturally want a Chad. They want like a tall, buff guy. But this
is true. Like, they've done surveys, and they find that it doesn't matter like how feminist a woman is. When it comes to her preferences for a mate, like it tracks consistently, regardless of that woman's political or ideological affiliation. They want the tall, strong man, the macho man with certain personality traits, like having a strong personality or even an egotistical machismo. That's what they crave. That's what they're attracted to, despite themselves. Despite, being a blue-haired feminist, being like hardcore liberal, that's still what they desire. Because ultimately, you're not going to be able to change your biology and the way that God created you.
I think they like the idea of none of them want to work either. None of them actually want to work.
No, that's what I'm saying. Of course,
right.
It's obviously true. It's always been true. Work outside the home.
Right.
They don't have enough work at home. There's a lot to do. But no, I completely agree. So that's why
they have enough work at home. Yeah, absolutely. And Muslim women, like, they're not exempt from this. That's the sad thing. Like, Muslim women are extremely feminist. They're extremely liberal. And this is what's causing the marriage crisis. This is what's creating the damage. And, this is what I've been trying to fight against for 15 years of dawah. And this is the main lobby. Like, Nick has to contend with the Jewish lobby, the Zionists, and we all, to a certain extent, have to contend with that. But the main lobby that I've been fighting is the women lobby. These Muslim women lobby that are propping up the simp imams and are propping up a lot of these institutions, masajid. That's the lobby that I have to battle out with.
I question, like, they're feminist in what sense?
Yes. And, they like these vague appeals to equality. We want a chance to work and we want respect. And, ultimately, I think the whole political system is just based around women never being accountable for any of their choices. Ultimately, that seems to be that's what abortion is.
Yeah, of course.
Because 99% of abortions are elective. So they say it's an unplanned pregnancy. You had sex out of wedlock with someone you didn't intend to have kids with. So now we have to kill the kids in the womb.
That's exactly a diagnosis of what Islamic knowledge online and the dawah has become. So much of dawah nowadays is about protecting women from the consequences of their own choices. Like, think about it. Even on the abortion question, you had, again, Yaqeen Institute, Yas Queen Simstitute, that put out this information that, abortion, there's a place for abortion in Islam. There are some scholarly opinions that in certain interpretations, you could conceivably see that they allow abortion and give women the right, my body, my choice. That actually, you could make an argument. Like, they had an article like that. They were promoting that. And in that article, with Omar Suleiman as the author, he literally was praising Planned Parenthood. Planned Parenthood, this like extreme left-wing pro-LGBT organization, literally promoting that. And I was calling that out, like, what kind of, like, this is Linda Sarsour, basically. This is that influence from these leftist women that push Omar Suleiman and Yas Queen Simstitute to publish an article like that on abortion. Or how about all of these different du'at and shuyukh and even fatwa councils that keep telling Muslims that pay no attention to a woman's past. When you want to get married, pay no attention, and you better not ask her. You better not even be concerned or even think about how many partners she's been with before you. Whether she's engaged in zina before you. Don't even think about ask. That shouldn't even be a consideration. Right? With Asim Hakim and others, they're so interested in pushing this kind of line. And what does that mean? No accountability for women's choices. No accountability for these women, these Muslim women who are going to college and then going into the corporate world, and they're mixing with all of these non-Muslim men and sometimes falling into relationships with them. There should be no consequences for any of that. You should just marry these women and then provide for them and treat them like a queen. And don't forget the high mahar. Make sure you give them the 50K, 100K, 250K mahar, as Noman Ali Khan was preaching. And by the way, in that marriage, you have to be a partner to her, and she has, equal authority as you. It's a partnership. There's no patriarchy, and there's no ta'ah, there's no obedience in Islamic marriage. So the entire dawah industry is about protecting women from any accountability, any consequences. Just recently, what was the debate about alimony? about how there needs to be alimony given to women. So if you divorce a woman, your wife, you owe her alimony until, you know, the day she dies, I guess. You know, and this is the fatwa that was just released by MJA, by one of the major fatwa committees in the United States, MJA, Assembly of Muslim Jurists of America. They put out this fatwa justifying alimony. This has nothing to do with Islam, but it's just about protecting women, giving more and more resources to women. And then like no fault divorce, like trying to Islamicize that with all of these scholarly opinions that, oh yeah, women have khula. Khula in Islam means a woman can divorce her husband whenever she wants. What? What? So they're trying to Islamicize no-fault divorce by taking these actual Islamic concepts and just bastardizing them, just twisting them and misinterpreting them, distorting them in order to Islamicize a feminist position. That's what so much of Islamic scholarship today has become, and so much dawah has become. And they get all this money because you have all these women who are the boss of their own households now. They're the queen, and they have access to all this money, and they just keep donating to the simps that are going to simp the hardest. Even if it's going to destroy the ummah, it's going to destroy these families, destroy marriage. As long as women are happy, as long as women are taken care of and are enjoying life, that's what's most important. That's like the whole purpose of Islam, actually, is to make sure that women are as comfortable as possible, as accountability free as possible. That's like the whole purpose of Islam, apparently.
And, you know, these no-fault divorce laws. These women get married to guys maybe they never intend to stay with. And then when they're out, they're done. And they want child support and they want half the stuff. And
alimony, half the property, half the, you know, access to all the accounts. Yeah, all the compassionate imams push these positions, by the way.
And I think a lot of men are looking at women and they're very liberal. They're overweight. They have a very high estimation of themselves. I think that people call it hoflation.
Hoflation?
Yes, their sense of their own looks and sexual value is very inflated.
Social media causes that. Social media, because you have simps who are going around, and anytime they see a woman, they like start, you know, breathing heavier and salivating, and they just like all these mids and overweight women. And so you're attracting attention from all over the world, and you have so much more male attention that directed at you as a woman. So then you start thinking that you're amazing. Like you're a 5, but you start thinking that you're an 8, 9, or 10. You're like a land whale. And you think that, yeah, look at all these men that are liking my posts and commenting, hey, beautiful, in my DMs. Or they're on like a dating app or like a Muslim dating app or a Muslim marriage app. And you have all these matches like, whoa, I'm in high demand. So then their sense of beauty, their sense of their own worth and value gets so inflated. And that's a disaster. And it's not just the single women, it's the married women as well. The married Muslim women that are on these social media apps, they're getting gassed up. They're getting gassed up. They're getting gassed up by the compassionate imams, by the simp imams, who are telling them, oh, you're amazing, you're beautiful. You know, not specifically to specific women, but just in general, like all these khutbahs about you need to treat your wife like a queen. You know, you don't deserve her. Why aren't you serving her? Like, don't emotionally abuse her by criticizing her or be condescending to her. Like, that's literally the khutbah that I heard 2 weeks ago. Like, if you're condescending to your wife or you raise your voice, or you get angry with your wife, like, you're not a real man. Like, that's not prophetic. Like, that's not prophetic. That's emotional abuse. You're abusing her. That's domestic violence, actually. So this is, these women are constantly getting gassed up on social media, in the masajid, with these kinds of dawah organizations. So they have such a sense of entitlement that they start looking down on their own husbands. They're like, I actually deserve a much better husband than you. I'm like so much better than you. I'm a queen. You're just a pauper. And this is causing marital dissatisfaction. It's causing infidelity, and it's causing divorce. It's causing divorce. So marriages are being broken up because of hoflation. So this is the crisis.
And so a lot of people are looking at these like frumpy, obnoxious, loudmouth, liberal women who are also very promiscuous and saying this is not actually appealing at all. And I don't want to start a family with a person
Sounds
like
awful.
this. Yeah, it is.
But if you
Many Muslim men are black-pilled because of this situation. They think that, well, marriage is not a possibility, and zina is also not really a possibility because of the religion. It's haram. But also, even if you want to do zina, but you're not like a Chad, if you're not tall enough, if your face is not symmetrical enough, if your chin is not chiseled enough, your cheekbones aren't chiseled enough, then no one's even going to want to have zina with you. Even that possibility is closed off. You're going to be an incel. So yeah, this is why people are getting blackpilled, and they're wondering, well, what's the solution? Well, maybe we can, I don't know, just treat women better, or maybe we can go to the gym and work out, or maybe like, no, the solution, as I've said for many years, is we have to disempower women. Like, women's empowerment is the problem. Hoflation is the problem. So the way that you get rid of hoflation is you have to counteract that by disempowering women so they don't have this kind of entitlement, this sense of entitlement and superiority. That's what has to be addressed. So who's willing to do that? First of all, who is saying that amongst the Muslim du'at? Second of all, like, who is even hinting towards that? So now are you getting a sense of why I'm canceled? Why the feminist lobby, these liberal Muslim women are slamming the door? I can't go speak at a masjid without getting canceled. Are you kind of getting a sense? Because no one is willing to talk about this problem, let alone offer the solution.
you believe in the patriarchy, as I fervently do, because it's just reality, we didn't choose the system. We were born into a system that is part of nature. Can't get out of it. So if you believe that
Yeah, that's lip surface. Like, okay, you believe in patriarchy. Well, if you really believe in patriarchy, what are you doing to establish the patriarchy? What are you doing to establish a hierarchical relationship between men and women? If you believe in it, Tucker Carlson. So again, like lip service, double speak. Like, are you in favor of disempowering women? Like barring women from certain positions, barring women from certain roles, like making it difficult for them to go and get an education and get into these positions of power? Are you in favor of that, or is it just lip service? And Islam, obviously, we just need to implement Islam. Like, Islamic values is inherently patriarchal, is inherently going to limit women and disempower women. You Christians, and especially liberals, you are attacking Islam for disempowering women. You attack Islam for not making women equal to men, requiring women to cover themselves and be modest and to stay at home and to raise children and to, be subservient and obedient to a husband. Like, you criticize that. You criticize the fact that Islam prohibits women from being rulers, like prohibits women from being these leaders in these leadership roles. You criticize Islam for that. Both the Christian conservatives and the atheist liberals and so forth, like, you're a critic of Islam, but Islam actually has the policies. It's not just a theoretical, oh yeah, we like patriarchy in some abstract sense. No, we actually have the rules and regulations and the guidelines to create this harmonious system where men and women live together in a patriarchal system in harmony as God intended, according to our nature, according to our biology, which God has created. That's the Islamic system. And as far as I'm concerned, someone like Tucker or some of these Christian conservatives, like, you are just LARPing as patriarchs, as wanting patriarchy.
that's true, which it is, then you think that men should lead. And if it's going to be better, men should make it better because that's their job.
Right.
So you don't want to give them a pass, do you? It'd be like, it's all the girls suck. So
I don't even blame it on the women, because I think that it's the incentive structures. You know, women are allowed to do this by the legal system, by kind of social norms. Technology is a big part of it. The attention that is available to women. Women go on Instagram and they get attention from thousands of men. So it's the incentives. But I would say that, because I hear this all the time, people say, well, the men need to step up and be better and lead the women. Easier said than done.
Of course, I agree with that.
They're at war with the system, and not even just the system, but also society. Because let's say you find one of these so-called good girls who's Christian and traditional, but through osmosis, wherever you go, she's going to be in society. She's going to be on TikTok. She's going to be on Instagram. She's going to be talking to other women. And maybe she's one way when you meet and get married, but 10 years down the road, 15 years, 20 years down the road, people change. And I think that women, as kind of the ultimate conformists, the ultimate enforcers of like social norms, I think eventually the pressure from society kind of gets to them. And a lot of them will go in
Depends
a
what
different
kind of
direction.
husbands they have. I mean, if there's really...
No, he's absolutely right. That's another black pilling factor. It's like, even if you marry like a traditional Muslim woman and she signs on to patriarchy, she wants to obey you, then you don't know what her attitude is going to be down the line. And if she's going to be embedded within larger society, there's no guarantee that she's going to continue to have the same views. And like he said, there's an incentive structure, like the legal system. When you have no-fault divorce and you have a situation where you go to divorce court and the judges are going to automatically give custody to the wife, to the mother, as opposed to the father, and you have alimony or you have child support and there's like a legal requirement for the fathers to pay that, then that incentivizes women to pursue divorce, to actually break up their marriages, because they're going to get a fat reward at the end of it. So the legal system is at fault. Like, the legal system has to change, the social norms have to change, and that requires a lot of effort, like sustained multi-generational effort. And we're on like ground zero, like we're at level zero, where we are trying to convince imams of all people, the people who should know better than anyone, like in the Muslim context, to stop being simps. Like, how about just upholding Islamic values and Islamic standards, and stop cucking and stop simping and start like talking about like no-fault divorce and alimony payments and khula, and you know, your wife is a queen and don't emotionally quote unquote abuse her, or spiritual abuse. You know, all these things that we had a live stream last week with Khalid talking about this nonsense. So we're on that level. Forget about like making societal changes or legal changes or trying to, you know, reform the laws in our Muslim countries. Very far from that, but we have to be hopeful. We have to assume that if we do the work, we can change minds, and maybe there'll be a trickle effect or a domino effect, and we can have an impact with the next generation. That's the hope.
Leadership at home. I don't know a single happily married woman who's liberal. Not one. I know a lot of married women. I mean, I'm 56. All the women I know are married. Mm-hmm. And every happily married woman is non-liberal. Mm-hmm. I can't even imagine. There's no category for happily married, middle-aged liberal woman. There hasn't never been one.
Right.
So like maybe the job is to, you know, make a girl happy and like all this nonsense ends.
Yeah,
make a girl happy. Happy wife, happy life. Like, maybe that's the whole point. Like, okay. So that makes me think that Tucker is not even married. Like, or he doesn't know what a woman is. Like, the solution is just to make women happy.
I don't know. I think that could be a bottomless pit too, because the one critique I have of the men is, and you're right about this, they enable this behavior.
Well, that's for sure.
It's epidemic of simps who, and especially with Christians, I've noticed this. This is why Andrew Tate has so much appeal, and the Christians are kind of losing this conversation. Andrew Tate's a Muslim polygamist who is very chauvinistic, and you could even argue it as someone who has ran an OnlyFans site himself, like is not an observer, let's say, of Christian sexual morality.
No.
But men are going with him because he's putting women in their place. He's talking about patriarchy and women's place in a society like that. Whereas Christian men, Catholics, Protestants alike, are both kind of tone policing the men. And they worship their wives. They worship the women, put them on a pedestal. And they kind of get bossed around. They get henpecked by the women.
I think we're required to love our wives.
Yeah, there's many Muslim men, unfortunately, who are following down that same path, who have adopted that same kind of simp attitude towards women. And many of these imams, the Dawah Mafia, like that, they are the ones who are emboldening or really entrenching this kind of attitude of a norm of simphood. Like even they're the ones who will say that, whoa, polygyny, like multiple wives, this is terrible. This is something that the only purpose of multiple wives is like in a war situation where men have been killed off and there's not enough men to take care of the women. Only then is polygyny really logically allowed or logically reasonable. And so the whole idea of a man having desire and, okay, my desire is not fulfilled with just one wife. I need 2 or 3 or 4. And if I have the means, if I have the material, financial means to pursue that, I will. Like, that's anathema. That's something that, have you ever heard anyone talk like that? But that is what Islam allows. Like, that is, in fact, Islam requires. If you have the means and you have the desire, then you should actually pursue multiple wives. That's actually what the Sharia requires. You shouldn't limit yourself. Is anyone teaching that? Do the simp imams even hint towards that kind of Sharia reality? No, they don't. So, unfortunately, Muslims are following the Christians down the lizard hole. I mean, how, Christianity and its monogamy, that's kind of a simp position to have on marriage, is it not? Like, is it not? And the idea within Christianity actually is that sex isn't about pleasure anyway. Like, it's just for reproduction, and you shouldn't enjoy it. Like, that's the Christian position. So, like, they're anti-polygyny, like, as opposed to the other world religions, as opposed to Judaism, as opposed to the Bible, what the Old Testament discusses. Like, apparently God allowed polygyny in the past, but it was abrogated according to them. Jesus allowed polygyny in the past as God in the Old Testament, but it became a problem later with the church. So, how, at the end of the day, like, maybe the roots of Christian simphood go way back, thousands of years, maybe 2,000 years.
Like, that's, all over the New Testament. Husbands, love your wives. Wives, respect your husbands. That seems like a very natural balance to me.
Yeah, and I think that you have to love your wife as your wife.
Yeah.
A lot of men...
As opposed to what? Your mom?
Well, no, like your buddy.
No.
Because I hear this all the time, and I hate this. Guys will say, I married my best friend. And I think, she's your wife. She's not your best friend. Because there's a difference.
What is the difference?
I think that when you talk about your best friend, you're a peer, you're an equal. And I think your best friendships are with other men. And I think that your wife ultimately is subordinate to you. She's your helpmate. Yeah. And ultimately, as the man in the marriage and as the father, you have authority, the final say over the household.
Well,
and she can give advice. It's not to say, I'm not a freak where you say, shut up, woman. I mean, of course, you discuss things with your wife and your wife gives input, but the authority rests with the man.
Of course. But there's
100% cosign. He is absolutely right. And a lot of, unfortunately, Muslim men, again, like, are suffering from this idea that I want my wife to be my best friend, and we have to have conversations together. And what they're thinking is that, okay, I have these intellectual conversations and deep discussions with my friends, and we just get each other, we relate, and I want to have that with a woman. And it doesn't, like, work that way, because a woman is not like a man. Her mind doesn't work in the same way. Her sense of humor doesn't work in the same way. She's not going to be interested in that kind of discussion. Like very rarely are women going to be interested in intellectual discussions where you're discussing ideas. Like they're more interested in sharing feelings. Like that's just what's natural to them. And, you know, when you get married, you are going to be bored to tears with that kind of discussion, but you have to engage in it. But yeah, so this idea of your wife is going to be like a guy friend, get this out of your mind. Like, no, like that's not, you shouldn't be even looking for that. You have to look at for other qualities. Like, is your wife going to be agreeable? Is your wife going to support you? Is your wife going to really be religious? You know, is she going to be pious? Like, these are the things that you need to look for. If you want intellectual discussion, get that from your guy friends. Like, scratch that itch with your guy friends. A woman is not going to be able to provide that. And I know my wife is Harvard educated. Khaled graduated from Harvard. She's as, you know, intellectual as they come. And let me tell you, and she's much better. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, she is interested in some intellectual topics, but like in small doses, Beyond that, it's like, what are you talking about? She just loses interest, or it's not as interesting for her. She wants to talk about like, oh, you won't guess what so-and-so said. You know, oh, did you know what happened here? You know, in with this person or in this marriage. And like that's the way that women think, what interests them. Like, oh, I felt so bad today, or I had this dream last night and I was so annoyed, and oh, I'm worried about our son. He said this or he did this. Like, that's what all the conversation revolves around. So just have realistic expectations for your wife, your future wife.
God set up this kind of amazing system where men are physically stronger.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, of course, you could make your wife do whatever you wanted. You're bigger than she is.
Right.
But he also instilled in men this desire to please your wife. Like, that's a very natural thing. You want your wife to be happy.
Absolutely.
And the whole happy wife, happy life thing is completely real. It's like you can't get away from it. It's not like all of these things. It's not a choice. It's the biological reality that you live with, that you were born with. Like, you want your wife to be happy. And if she's unhappy, you're unhappy.
Mm-hmm.
To a much greater.
I mean, men have the discernment to know that your wife being happy is important, but not at the expense of everything else. You have to balance. Like, you have to balance things. Like, sometimes one thing is going to make the wife happy, but it comes with a cost that is just too much, or it's going to cause damage to the family. Like, yeah, women will be happiest if they can just lie in bed all day and scroll on their phone and not have any responsibility. Yeah, that's going to make them the happiest. And to just stuff their face with food and not have any responsibility, yeah, that's going to make your wife as happy as possible. But is that going to be good for the family? Is that going to be good for the marriage? Is that going to be good for your children? And the whole point of being a man and being a leader is to balance everyone's needs. And there are wants and there are needs. You prioritize the needs, and then you can accommodate the wants as much as possible to make everyone as happy as possible, in line with principles. By the way, you know, what if your wife wants to do something haram because it's going to make her happy? Well, the man is supposed to be there and draw the line and say, no, we can't do this. This is haram. This is against the Sharia. This is against what Allah wants. The man is the one who has to limit the wife's happiness in keeping the marriage and the family in line with God's vision. So no, who says, or who can ever accept this idea that, well, everything will be great, marriage will be wonderful as long as women are as happy as possible. We keep the women happy, or we keep our wives happy.
To extent than vice versa, right?
Yeah.
I think men care about their wives being happy much more than wives care about their husbands being happy.
Yes.
I have noticed. And that's compensation for their lack of physical power.
Mm-hmm.
That's my view of it. And that's why it is this kind of perfect balance. But somebody needs to be the final decision maker. I completely agree. And when you give up that, when you abrogate that, there's no respect, there's unhappiness, and then there's infidelity.
Right. Well, that's the ingredient that's missing. The way I would put it very succinctly is, men right now are the responsible party, but have no authority. And that doesn't work.
No, it doesn't.
You know, if the buck stops with you and you're to blame and you're the responsible one, then you also need to be able to have the final say and call the shots. And one without the other doesn't work. And I think think
that's really smart and absolutely right. I do think I just noticed this, that men who stay unmarried for too long become like kind of fragile. There's something about the give and take. There's something about living with, in fact, I think it's the key to life, someone you don't fully understand that broadens you, that keeps you always thinking, that makes you wiser, more patient, more thoughtful, more self-aware, and more flexible. And those are all good qualities. And the absence of that, like in homosexuality or like men who are single too long, they get very rigid. Have you ever noticed this? Like, I like things the way I like them, and they just get like, no.
Oh, yeah. I certainly get what you mean by that.
Yeah, you don't want that.
Yeah.
Why not? Like, why is that a problem? Like, if that's the kind of person you're rigid. There are people who are good with that. You can find a woman who is good with that. As long as you have these expectations that are reasonable and there's no ho-flation. In a ho-flationary environment, women won't tolerate that. But in other contexts, if you're a rigid man, but you're also bringing a lot to the table in terms of your wealth, in terms of your status, maybe your looks or your stature, then a lot of women would go for that and comply with your rigidity.
I would say that when you say you don't fully understand women, to me, I feel like women are very simple in terms of...
Have you ever lived with one?
No, I haven't lived with them, but I mean, and don't get me wrong, maybe it's difficult, but I feel like they're pretty simple.
We're all pretty simple. I mean, no one's more simple than I am, but we're all pretty simple. But what I mean is, like, on a day-to-day, on the level of experience, like, you don't always understand what they're saying because it's never about what they say it's about.
Right.
And men just tend to be kind of dog-like in their straightforwardness. I'm hungry, I'm horny, whatever it is.
I disagree. I feel like men are complicated. I feel like women are like, I'm hungry, I'm horny. I feel like men are very complicated.
Really, how?
Because men are masters of the universe. Women are the universe. This is what Spengler says about them. And so I think that men have like a deep connection to things like math and space, and they want to conquer the world.
Of course.
And, things like this. And women, I feel like, are actually very primal and instinctual.
Yes.
They want security.
Earthier.
Yes. Chthonic, they're of the
100%. Never embarrassed by bodily functions. Men are so squeamish.
Yes.
Women are not at all. They give birth. No, that is absolutely true. But I mean, in the way that women present their concerns, there's almost always something that's not being fully expressed. Like, I got mad at you last night because I was pissed about something last year. That's not a male thing to do. You can't remember what happened last year.
Right.
Right. And so, but anyway, whatever the point, men and women talk past each other constantly. They don't always know what the other one is saying. And that frustration actually gives way to like great beauty over time, I would say.
I don't know. I
agree. I agree with that. Like, it's men and women are different. That's what makes them complement each other, and that's what creates something that's a dynamic relationship that's interesting and that's enjoyable, that can be exciting. Like, that is like the beauty of a man and a woman, and that's why gender roles are so important, to preserve that dynamic and that complementarity. Whereas if you try to gas up women and present them as leaders or equal partners in a marriage to the man, and you feminize men by making them more emotional and sensitive and just deferential to a woman's authority, then that's what destroys like that dynamism, that intrigue, that interest and attraction of the opposites. And that's why so many of these liberal marriages fail. They fail because of a biological reason. Like, there's just no more attraction that's created. There's no more sparks flying in that way that's created through complementarity. I think that's what Tucker is referring to. He's saying that that's beautiful. Yeah, it is beautiful. That's the creation of God. That's the creation of Allah. Of course it's beautiful. And feminism really acutely threatens that. Liberalism acutely threatens that.
Personally find women very frustrating when they are not expressing, and I just
that's
view
the
that
beauty
as like,
of it.
I see, the way I look at it is like when you look at your favorite TV shows,
Right?
The Sopranos, Breaking Bad, it's like the wife is the villain because it's like the main character, if the wife could just get out of the way, would be running the show. And that's kind of how I feel like Ayn Rand, I agree with her about this. She said that the wife's role is like hero worship. The guy is the hero. The guy is supposed to be the entrepreneur, the conqueror, whatever. And the woman is really supposed to support the man's goals and be in his world. And I've
Man, that's the
felt that
last
way.
thing successful men need is more power worship, more hero worship, more, you're so great. Well, you get that at work. You don't want that at home. You become an unbearable asshole. And then you fall prey to what destroys every successful man, which is hubris. Like you mistake yourself for God. You need someone who's not interested in what you do at all, only interested in you. And that's how you become balanced and wise. That's how you know your own limits. Because the ass kissing is what kills you. It's not, I mean, you had someone come to murder you at home. It doesn't seem to have affected you that much.
And if I were married, dude, she would never let me hear the end of it.
Well, that's probably true, but that's not what destroys men. It's not adversity that destroys men. It's comfort and flattery that destroys men. Right? That's what happened to King David. It's what happens to them all.
Yeah.
You're so great. You can never go wrong.
I just feel like we have I don't feel like we have an abundance of affection from women.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like in terms of where the pendulum is at, I feel like the women are very unloving to the men. That's why like they don't cook. Because that's like the best way to express a love for a man. I said this on my show the other night. I'm like, the most beautiful words a woman could say is like, I made you dinner. I made you cookies.
Yeah.
Because that is like an act of love. And I think that, you know, speaking as maybe from a different generation, the way that men feel now is like, you know, women are not really providing too much. They expect so much from the men. They want the man to be rich and provide.
Yeah.
They want the man to be fit and a real leader and a real man. They also want to split the chores with the man. They want the man to do half the laundry and half the dishes and things like that. And it's like, so what do you do all day? You're on TikTok, you're like doom scrolling and eating Cheetos. Like what actually are you providing in the relationship? So I just feel like in terms of the deficit, it's like women are very emboldened. They're too,
Entitled.
I think, assertive, always giving their opinions, always critiquing, always, you know, I think that they're very bold right now. And sarcastic. I think that's a big reason why they're not very attractive.
I get it. All I would say is that in a happy marriage, all of that goes away. There's no arguing about who does what. People fall seamlessly into the roles they were born into. They acknowledge those, are not insecure about it at all. They express love in a whole bunch of different ways by serving each other. It's like super easy. And all of that, obnoxious, entitled, you don't make enough money, all that crap just disappears. Anyway, that's been...
Yeah, I'm starting to think that Tucker has never been married. That's like nonsense. Like, it doesn't matter how, you know, solid a husband and wife are. Conflict is inevitable. Fighting is inevitable. Even if you have like a traditional minded couple, there's going to be fights. There's going to be arguments. There's going to be clashes over responsibilities and duties, work that needs to be done with the kids, with childcare, etc. So that's inevitable, and no one should think that, yeah, you're going to get into marriage and it's as long as you know she's happy, as long as the wife is happy, everything's gonna be smooth sailing. No, no, not at all, not at all. So, I tend to agree with Nick on that perspective. I don't think that a wife should just constantly be praising her husband, but she needs to be agreeable. She needs to be loyal to him. That's the most important thing. Like, she's loyal to him and she respects him and respects his authority and has a high opinion of who he is and what he does. Like, that is very critical. Now, does that mean that she's going to be worshiping him or she's going to be, constantly praising him? Not necessarily. And not all men would appreciate that. Some men actually prefer a wife who is a little bit more feisty, you could say, or a little bit more independent-minded, you could say. Independent-minded, you know? And even in the seerah with the sahabiyat and the female companions of the Prophet ﷺ, some of them were like, even the ummahat al-mu'minin, the wives of the Prophet ﷺ, some of them were more like independent-minded than others. There was a diversity in their personalities, and all of those can be good. Like for a man, all of those could be, it depends on what you want or what, you know, what you're attracted to. Anyway, so we didn't go through the entire interview, but we covered, I think, 75% of it. And I hope you enjoyed the analysis. I hope that it was interesting for you. And there are a lot of things that we could get into, but it's over 4 hours, the stream already. So I just want to get to the super chats, and then we're going to be over for the day. So let's see. Why is it? Sorry about the size of this. Okay, Trader SZ says, Candace and Tucker are both plants. Their role is to shift evangelical views over from Israel and globally to turn people away from Israel, with the U.S. moving away from military-industrial complex to financial peace with the Gulf countries. I think that is potentially the case. I think they could be representing the deep state or deep state interests. I discussed that earlier in the stream. Trader SC, really appreciate your big super chat. Where are the other super chats that were sent? I'm not seeing all of them. I'll go back. Hudhaifa says, Barakallahu brother, keep speaking the truth. Thank you. Mabusnana, appreciate your super chat. Oh, here's the question. Off topic, but can you address this new trend of women trying to force potential suitors sign away their rights to be polygynous? In fiqh? Yeah, I think that's a bad idea. You shouldn't sign away your right to be polygynous. Don't agree to that. Andrew says, admittedly, I'm an avid viewer of Nick's show, so I thank you for clarifying what the Muslim view on his discourse should be. Sadly, Nick said terrible things about Sunni Faz's Islam, and I didn't see anyone stand up for him. I wouldn't call myself an avid viewer of Nick, but I do watch some of his stuff, some of his clips. I do watch some of his shows. And so I don't know exactly. I guess I've heard people talk about him saying that Sunni is a race traitor because Sunni is he like white with Italian heritage? So Nick has called him a race traitor. Nick has terrible views on Islam. Like, don't get me wrong. And Muslims should be critical of what he says about Islam and refute those things. But we can also appreciate the positive impact he has had on American politics. And that's the kind of nuanced position that I advocate. And alliance can be beneficial. Alliance where mutual interests are served between Muslims and this kind of America First faction. Like, insofar as there can be an alliance, like that can be pursued for mutual benefit. While also being critical. Okay, he's criticizing Islam, we criticize Christianity, and that's a part of dialogue, that's a part of disagreement and debate, and there's no problem with that. So I obviously disavow anything that Nick says contrary to Islam, insulting of Islam, and he would disavow what I've said about Christianity. But we can still have a discussion, we can still benefit. So that's my perspective. There are some other super chats, but I'm not sure why they're not showing. Maybe I'll just read them if I can find them on the stream. Okay, I'll just read them. SYA says, my white friend from Indiana and my Chinese sister-in-law both became Muslim. Takbir. Okay, alhamdulillah, Allahu Akbar. For your friends, mashallah, converting to Islam. That's always great news. Let's see. SS says, speak on the Pakistani army working for Israel. Okay, that's not related to the stream. Jobs says, I've tried to marry since 20, now almost 24, and losing hope. I've stayed away from haram and make dua, but to no avail. I'm seeing others engage in haram and find marriage easy. Why I sit and wait, becoming black-pilled. Hold on there, brother. Like, hang in there. I mean, just don't be black-pilled. You're still young. You're only 24. Like, I know brothers who are in their mid-30s, pushing 40, and they are still been searching. They've been searching for about 20 years. So don't get black-pilled. Let's see. What is wrong with this? Why can't I see the earlier super chats? It's annoying because I know that they were there. Iron Bro says, when listening to your live stream in regards to Myron, I couldn't help but remember your article in 2019 on far-right extremists converting to Islam. Yeah, that was something that I wrote in 2019 on MuslimSkeptic. Okay, guys. For some reason, the super chats are not showing. Okay. No, still not. Okay, guys. I really appreciate everyone sending super chats. There were some big ones earlier, but for some reason I can't access them. So, but I appreciate everyone who submitted super chats, and the top fans today are on the chat. Trader SZ #1, really contributing, mashallah, and then SYA is #2, and Andrew is #3. So appreciate you guys. Thank you for tuning in. That's our show. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel, like the video, let me know what you think in the comments, subscribe to our newsletter. Tomorrow, I may or may not have a show. I haven't decided because I have an interview that I'm recording tomorrow with a special guest. So I'm going to be working on content for you. So I may or may not have a show. Most likely I won't be here tomorrow, but I'll try to be back Friday for another show and then continuing next week. So stay tuned for all of that. And until next time, assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.